Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は108日目です。It is day 108. We are finally over the peaks, right? So we got 3 days of somewhat chill. 4 days. 4 days of somewhat chill. Today would be a day where I would try to mark down the things I get that are weaker than the rest, but I think it's been more of a 3-day affair. Maybe the next 2 days we'll look. We do have an overlap stack, so something to write about. Yesterday was okay. Went pretty well. Let's get right into it. 221. It's about 200 plus, right? 220 to 240. And it looks like there's a triple stack here. I don't know we're gonna get to 7 p.m. today. We're gonna be pretty swift today, trying to recover from yesterday. Accomplished another thing that was planned this month, which was the 100-day tentative takes for HanziHero. Went off the hinges a little bit for a while. Enjoyed our little discussion. Had some time to think about it in the evening as well. Alright, so let's get into it. Gotta refresh. There we go. Alright.
今
朝。
思わず
思わず発音の思わず Oh no. What is that? On? Ondoko? Hondoto? Hongoto? Oh, that one's kind of weak too. That's a new one. Most of these things are graded. So let's see. Something about kuchi. So kuchi ni shite shimaemashita. Huh. Omowazu. To think, but wazoo. This one seems like a weak one. The weakness in a lot of these is it's kind of difficult to know the cluster because I didn't sort it out yet. So what is this? It's a think plus wazoo. So it could be a memory. Do I have anything that gives me a wa? Omowazu. What is that? Main sound? Like a tone? Oh, the main subject? That's... Oh, wait. That's sound. Eyes? I actually don't remember this one either. So that comes up. I'm really gonna have to scratch my head. Hopefully the context sentence for that one is helpful. This is the 20%. For sure. Let's go over the stuff that I have, right? We have Omo, which is to think. Omoite Omoite is memory. Omoite. To remember is omoi. Oh, it's related to omoite. So omoi. Omoi dasu. Omoi dasu. Just to remember. So this is new. Wa is supposed to be negative, right? So when you think, you're deliberately doing something. So this is unintentional. Yeah. What else was it? Reflexively, spontaneously, involuntarily, or not intentionally, or not deliberately. Right. So we knew Omo Wazu. It's fine. It uses the one read we have, Omo. And what was it? We have to think about it as Wa. How I usually get to is Wa, negative, not intentional, or not deliberate. Accidentally as a synonym? No, not this one. Not this one. This one means to happen. You do it unintentionally, but there's no like negative connotation to it. At least I don't think. Roko. At least I don't think. Usually for the expanding thing, for me, I expand whatever that I think I'm going to think about, and it's close to the synonym. So I would more likely type unintentional, non-intentional, and not deliberately than reflexively, spontaneously, involuntary. So in case I do not know the primary, I add synonyms, so when I type them, I'm like, oh, okay, so now I have to jump from not intentionally to unintentionally. That's what we're going to do. So instead of trying to stretch for how many things it goes for, it's to add to encourage myself to get to the primary. So in this case, I would have typed not intentionally. I guess I'd say unintentionally a lot more than not intentionally. And the deliberately is coming from Chinese. A lot of times when you see this character, it's about being deliberate or intentional. So from HanziHero side of things, I could possibly end up saying not deliberately, and it would be marked incorrect because we're not using LLMs or language models behind these recognitions. They have to be relatively close to any of these. So you could have some misspelling, but even misspelling, like if you omit an I, there is a chance it would be marked wrong, even though the difference between unintentional and unintentionally is so small. Yeah. It's nitpicky like that because you want to be precise, you know, it's design choice. And hello again. Hello again. How are you? Are you feeling all right? What is this? Landslide? Okay. Don't ask. We'll suck it.
お酒
Okay, Viking, power, does less labor, or do more labor, in my opinion. Do more labor. Powerful Vikings do more labor, and it's all about that row life. You wonder the difference in English between deliberate and intentional? You'll go look into it. Yeah. Yes. Sorry. Hello. No. That I was just saying hello out of long time no see, Procol. It's been a while. How have you been doing in the last couple sleep? You see what I did there? Last couple sleep. Expressions. So how did expression go? Onyomi. I'm looking for onyomi. And it's uh-oh. Is this the kota? So no. Ah, oh, that was kind of weak too. Expression. I'm lingering. I thought it was kota, but it doesn't sound right. Yeah, you saw that you got you on in the background while you play Overwatch, so my replies might be delayed. No. Yeah. Play that Overwatch. How did the expression thing go? Oh. Mateo. So, yo.
発表
Hapyo. And what the heck is? Oh, I should write this. Hapyo is pretty weak. So what is this? Departure plus express. So hapyo and announcements. It looks like I'm just gonna jump over the mnemonic for meeting because when you hear hapyo, you hear announcements. B for bear. Sound retroactive.
早い
Hayai fast. Both person. Uh-oh. Is that a mount? No, that's not the king of HanziHero. It's like
両者
Ryosha. Ryosha. That one's okay. Oh, this is the different one, right? Okay. So this is still part of our new group. Okay. It's not pass through. It's not let pass. And has a special read. This read is different. It's the alternate read for all the other ones from all the other ones so far. Tokyo kara kita. Oh no, not kita. Aku. Hokkaido. Tokyo kara Hokkaido made. Mainichi. Oh, that's commute. That helps. That context sentence helps a lot. And for commute is kayo, kayotte runo. That helps a lot. Oh, jeez. Kayo. The power of even the simplest of sentences. It is very fun to read graded readers in the like outputting on graded readers and whatnot. And what I mean by outputting, I mean using, so filling in the stuff in a sentence and then finding out what the input is. Oh, interesting. So helpful. Sometimes, you know. Kenkyushitsu. Laboratory. Service. Oops. Oh. Why does... Oh, no. That one doesn't have a separate thing. Right. Ski. Student. Age retroactive. Oh. Which one is geo? Who has the geoduct? What seeing in how many words they say what they're trying to express? What seeing in how many words they say what they're trying to express? Wait, I'm missing something there. I typed the wrong thing. Shinko. What do you mean? What's seeing in how many words they say? Oh, you mean like this thing? The context sentences? Referring to input and output. Oh. So lots of times when I input and output. Okay, I see what you mean. Yeah. So I've been adapting. This is not a standardized use of those words, but input for me is anything that's new. So it's a new exposure. Be it like the way a word is being used in a different way that I can't possibly know, or something that's new input, right? And then output is applying anything that I do know, or should know as well. So this is a bit of a asterisk here. What I also include is the things I should know, and that often is also in retroactive. So when you're reading a sentence like this, this sentence is great. Most of the context sentences that is written by the developer, the developers are graded, so I should know all of the words outside of this word. So this is in here, right here, and I should know everything else around it. So technically I consider this as I need to output all of these things, know what they mean, and this should be the input. But there's an asterisk. I already know this word too, So technically all of this would be input. Now, sometimes people would place should up here with input. So what happens is the things you know, like you actually know, you can use that comprehensively to get the new input. So the new input would be whatever this word means. So if I have no idea what this word means, that would be an input. And it's more advanced than that. We can go with, like, it doesn't have to be literally the word, or it could be the meaning, the context, something that's new that's helping you remember. So there's this very popular theory. I know how much you like theories now because of our physics talk yesterday. The theory behind comprehensible input is you don't have to do it this simply. You could do it in a very large format, like a story or a paragraph. So the whole paragraph could support the one input. And the theory is that you want to reach a critical level where you're maximizing the input. And that idea is that you drop your output, your consistent output comprehensibility as low as possible, in which you're still maximizing the amount of input. So when it's applied to a method for language learning, the idea is how incomprehensible or how comprehensible does something need to be before you're still discovering new things based on your comprehensibility. So if a story or a paragraph is 90% comprehensible, as in you're outputting your knowledge, as in you can read all the other things, can you figure out the missing 10% or the 20%? And a lot of times, people apply this theory to methods like a podcast, for example. Hey guys, or like Blue's Clues and like for kids TV kind of does this, where they use all the common language that a child should know or be familiar with, and then they introduce like one word or two words or even three words, and then try to form like a phrase with those three words, and then put them around in a context of imagery, sound, and literal sentences and writing all at the same time. So the idea is everything around it is comprehensible. And people apply this theory in various different ways, right? And oftentimes, I think the most direct path is what people think about, which is to provide comprehensibility in the literal text. So oftentimes graded readers, when something I say it's graded, as in it's graded for comprehensibility. So the developers cleverly, or not really cleverly, but appropriately, wrote sentences that up to this point, regardless of what it is, all the other things are something you're accountable for already. So you should be able to output all of those things minus the one thing. And this would be on the low input level. And that's what Duolingo does. You probably noticed that from Duolingo. Duolingo has really, really low input. As in, all the sentences nearly stay the same, and the only thing that gets changed out is the one word. And then the one word is even provided in translation as an option to pick. So you can even use process of elimination to not even have input on that word. But the idea is you have so many other tools. So the challenge, the difficulty goes up the more things you have to figure. So the lower the input, the lower the output or comprehensibility of the technique, and you're still learning everything, is maximizing your input. So you're learning more in less time. And that's kind of the whole argument or constant pitter patter and jibber jabber that people keep comparing which method is better, which method is better. Overall, though, the more popular methods tend to apply similar things of comprehensible input, but in a different form. So what is the form in this? A part of the output is the mnemonic device. So whenever I'm like, oh, okay, I didn't figure it out by the mnemonic device, so then I look at their context sentences. And then if I don't get the context sentences, then technically what I should know is input, as in, okay, I really need to learn something new about this word so I can remember it better. And then the alternative is you practice it, using rote memory. The alternative is rote memory, basically repeat it until it's just there in isolation, which Duolingo relies on quite a bit, because their output is already gigantic. So if you can't figure it out in Duolingo, then either you use rote memory or you got to use a different device or tool that engages you or somehow, because Duolingo leaves quite they expect no room for error, like the way how it's so rigid, like, but at the same time the comprehensibility is off the charts. You're like learning 1%. Yeah, it's like 95% comprehensible at all times. You only need that one word, and the answer is already there. It's a visible answer a lot of times, depending on the thing. But I'm thinking of the Japanese course. The Japanese course is usually visible in some way all the time. In the Spanish course, they vary a lot more, where you have to input without like, and then like masking and whatnot. So then it gets closer to this type of thing. And then you have the quote unquote easiest, most efficient ones, which is a great balance of input and output. And that's like reading or listening. There are actually lots of content creators who literally write and act out scripts by talking at a specific level that's prescribed based on the Japanese scale of competency. So when someone says, hey, this is easy listening, it's comprehensible input, that means they're only talking within a range. It's kind of like Blue's Clues and Dora the Explorer. They will restrict all the surrounding vocabulary to a specific competence and then introduce a grade higher in vocabulary. It's a little bit like the Blue's Clues and Dora the Explorer. It's way in the beginning, and then you mature even harder, like go to middle school, think about high school. And that, in my opinion, is how people are applying the theory of comprehensible input. Now, we were talking about science yesterday, right? Chemistry, biology, and physics. You could say that if you understand physics, that is output for the understanding of chemistry, right? When you think about fundamentals. So comprehensible input does play to a bit of fundamentals. And in this case, WaniKani and HanziHero takes that literally. They build fundamentals in the form of building blocks and mnemonics in order to WaniKani and HanziHero are bottom-up approaches. They take the characters, the components, and assemble them into vocabulary. And then your next stage, the next stage protocol is to go into reading. So like WaniKani is no stranger. You actually get emails. They're like, hey, you reached level 10. You should try reading some books and stuff. I already started reading books and went on like graded readers on the side because of Duolingo. But you want to start, if you're interested in grammar, go and pick up some grammar. But grammar is adjacent to the building blocks. So grammar is a discipline of linguistics, right? So you could sidestep, instead of going up a tier, you can sidestep and maybe spend 5 or 10% on grammar in order to like solid out your foundations. That's perfectly fine, right? And then eventually you have to move up a tier. And that is where you and I did not meet eye to eye about explainers. It's the concept of emergence. I understand the whole I don't know if you watch Big Bang Theory, but if you watch Sheldon talk about the universal law of physics and stuff, I get the whole fundamentals thing. I love bottom up approaches. In fact, that's how I approach skill building most of the time. However, because of we're human, right? We're human and reality as opposed to idealism, right? We talked about reality. I'm gonna I'm gonna link all the stuff that we talked about, Procol, because we talked about a lot of these things and they all have similar themes connected together. So we talk about a lot of times we talk about idealism and reality, right? When it comes to theory, laws, and fundamentals, they tend to gravitate towards idealism. When it comes to pragmatic application and higher order complexity, it gravitates toward reality, which is usually pragmatism, right? And pragmatics. So in this, the idea of emergence is a problem or a concept to the observer, the person who's explaining. It's not saying biology and chemistry is fundamentally different from physics. That the idea of biology, chemistry, and physics are agnostic. It doesn't matter what they know, they don't have an opinion on this. When we look at information and try to explain to each other things, then we gave those concepts names: physics, chemistry, and biology. And it's largely due to the property of emergence. Basically, if you're saying, for example, if we said physics is the building block, then it should ideally be able to explain all the stuff that it builds. This is the punchline is coming to how I view language learning, right? Because I did talk about how I go back and forth and in between and diverge in language learning the last couple of days with HanziHero and WaniKani, and why I still use Duolingo and other things. It's my liberal arts education that I was talking about, where you take top down, bottom up, or even middle divergent approaches, as many approaches as possible to augment your explanation, right? So physics is a building block, so it should build up to chemistry and bio, much like if I were to take wholeheartedly SRS approach, this approach, if I know all the building blocks, I should know all the words, right? Like if the building blocks build the characters and the characters build the words, and I should know all of it. Like it should be able to explain all of the building blocks. The downside is there's a property called emergence. So at the kanji level, you will be looking at the system differently from its separate parts. Now you could observe the kanji itself in its context, comprehensible input, in its context, and you can break the character, the kanji, down to its building blocks. So if you're wondering if you needed a counter argument for, well, if physics explain everything chemistry is, does that mean chemistry is encompassed by physics? Ideally, yes. In reality, no. Because if you study the kanji, which we can allude to chemistry, then you can observe in its emergent properties of chemistry in order to inform and explain physics, physical chemistry. And then if we go higher into vocabulary, this is biology, which is where I spent most of my later career. Bio is the vocabulary. It's another tier within the building blocks. So if physics built chemistry and chemistry builds bio, does physics explain all of chem? The answer is ideally it should, but it doesn't because of emergence. So the reality is physics explains the fundamentals of chemistry, which we both agree, and then chemistry's fundamentals explain the fundamentals of biology. However, biology explains properties of chemistry, and chemistry explains properties of physics in reality, and vice versa, because there are certain emergents that we can, as human beings, we are observing a system that already exists. And the idea is, yes, biology can explain chemistry, and chemistry can explain physics, largely due to the perception of human emergence. The idea is, oh, this is a complex system. All right, now we observed it. Can we break it down to its chemical parts? And then if we have chem, can we break it down to its physical parts? And hear me out, it's not actually linear either. When you suggest that there's a linearity to this series, it's not linear. Biophysics or structural biology or actually skips chemical considerations, and they use the phenomenon that's observed in biology in order to ascertain physical properties. This involves something like simulation based on observed models of biological phenomena, like the interaction of a neuron or something, which can be broken down both to its chemical state and its physical building blocks without interacting between chemistry through chemistry. And that happens quite a lot because there are disciplines where, like for example, my molecular biology tends to involve a lot of physical properties, but they can involve chemical properties, but not both. It doesn't have to involve both disciplines. And that is one of the ideas of seeing, like, I was aiming for more, like, if you're asking me the question if this exists now, because I typically think of science and stuff as it is, as opposed to what is theoretically possible, because I'm not a theorist. Now, one other really interesting thing about this is this, you might be able to appreciate that in the way they're going about this. This is like the physics approach to language learning. It's also, if you add grammar on top of this, right? Grammar from linguistics, then you have the foundation blocks to technically write any sentence you want. Now, because of emergence from a explainer point of view, the humans, kanji will ever be inexplicable in some ways due to its building blocks. No matter how much you know about radicals, the building blocks of kanji, you would need to have an emergent understanding of kanji. So they synthesize to create a tapestry that is more than its parts, which is what you said. Yeah, it's similar to the argument that the whole is no more or no less than the sum of its part. But emergence is the idea that the sum of its parts is the whole is greater and or different. It's usually I would use the word different. It's different from the sum of its parts. So physics, while it can explain the fundamentals of chemistry and biology, by transitive identity, transitive property, as in A equals B, which then encompasses C, so A encompasses C's. Physics does not have the predictive power to account for the emergence of the complexities of chemistry. And then chemistry does not for biology. And those are the fundamentals of chemistry and biology. It's not the fundamental particles, the fundamental physics of chemistry and biology. It is the fundamentals of chemistry and biology. So physics does not explain the fundamentals of chemistry, and chemistry does not explain the fundamentals of biology. They explain the fundamentals of the fundamental physics that are in chemistry and biology. So, for example, what is the fundamentals of biology? Even though this is outdated now because it's more complicated than that, the cell theory. Physics does not have predictable power to explain the fundamentals of biology. It's not the focus of physics. And then at the end, I was talking about focus. So, for example, what is the focus of this vocabulary word? It is not the same as its kanji. Meanwhile, I'm still trying my best to use my chemistry to figure out this biological term. However, I could go even further back and use physics, right? If I use physics, I'm even farther away from explaining this. So how would physics look like? I would say, oh, here's a flower. This is flower. And this is a headstone, or this could mean old. This is the kana shi, and this is the kana mu. And I don't have the quirks of this. So if I were to go even deeper into like lower level into my repertoire, I could make an argument that this is shi, this is mu, as in this is what they look like to me, right? Even more fundamental than that. And I could even write these out into flower, but then we're tapping into the biology of English. Because this is the upper level of English, you're forming words. So you would have to go through physics. So what is the physics of English? You need to know each separate one of these letters. And then the chemistry is to put them into clusters. So you could use flow and And then when you combine them, it's not flower, it's flower. That's biology. Flower is not flower. So you can't, because of emergence from a human perspective, when you're looking at something, the whole may not represent what the parts you see. And then when you keep breaking them into parts, they no longer resemble their next tier. So that's kind of the most elegant way I could think about when I was trying to pair up our conversation yesterday. So they all exist and they have inexplicable things towards each other, but that is more of a pragmatic answer to that question, because idealistically anything can explain anything with universal knowledge. So what I mean by this is, if chemistry becomes omnipotent, right? Like if a chemist decides to focus on a universal law, what will that look like, right? What will that look like? Physics. If physics focus on a universal law, what would that look like? Chem plus bio plus physics. And this would look like physics, but it would also look like bio, because a universal law is going to try to explain all of it. So because from the viewer standpoint, we're emergent in clustering and categorizing these things. In the end, when you're saying in an ideal case, the answer is, if something knows everything, then it is everything. It is not as a standalone of itself. It will encompass everything. It becomes everything. If physics can explain everything, it is both chemistry, biology, and everything else. And if chemistry's focus, right, which is not chemistry's focus, by the way, or biology, in terms of like the fundamentals, right, that unifies things, they don't focus on that. But if they attempted to, it would look like having physics in biology. And then when physics tries to explain everything, they would have to be able to explain chemistry and biology. So then physics become all of the above. So that's kind of what I'm thinking about when I was trying to say, well, if we're talking about explaining, there would be no explanator. There would be no differentiation between chemistry, biology, and physics. If, in fact, if ideally we are saying that one discipline can explain everything that exists, it would be the only discipline. And that's really cool. And we know from human experience, right? We know from human experience that you can do a top-down approach, which, by the way, this is the favorite version. Top-down approach is the favorite version for people who believe in comprehensible input as a way to relate back to language learning, they do the top-down approach. And for me, most of my language learning experience was like Duolingo is like mid approach. It goes up and down. And WaniKani now, SRS, the way I'm going about it, is actually more of a bottom-up approach. So you do the building blocks. So I haven't, and in my spare time, I use a top-down approach. So that's kind of how it goes. So in Duolingo, you're slapped in the middle. So you need to do something tier up, and you need to do something tier down. So when you enter Duolingo, you have to go back to grammar. You go down, back to grammar, learn your kana, learn how to read things in its components, and you have to go up to form paragraphs and whatnot. And this, you're nearly at the bottom, and you have to go up. So the stuff you have to do is start to form sentences, go read a book, have an emergent opinion, like take on that type of thing, learn to paraphrase and integrate like bigger complex things, because no matter how much you look at the bottom level, it does not encompass the purpose of the whole. So what is language? Language is an upper tier of linguistics, for example, or the focus of linguistics. Like no matter how much you know about etymology of the origin of a word, it cannot predictably, accurately know what that word is going to be without observing that word in application. Right? Like all your predictive models cannot ascertain it should ideally, but in practice, limited knowledge. Yeah, you're right. The fact that there's two names, sums of parts and whole to describe the same thing shows it's different. Exactly. Yeah. And I like that. That's what makes humans really interesting, in the sense that when you learn a lot of things, you just gotta come with the grasp that it's rare for someone to say, we can focus on one thing and understand the whole thing, because that's what happens with emergence. When you understand things at the fundamental level, is because we're reducing it to a level in which we understand now. So where do you enter? There are things that occur all around us in the field of biology, because if we try to, at this moment, break them down into their parts, we don't know how they're put together, they're placed together. And so things, when it comes to like unilateral explainers, it's great that physics can explain chemistry at the fundamental level, because, and here's the catch, there's one thing that was lingering in my mind, and it was the first statement you said. You said, and I quote, or vaguely quote, that biology, I'm gonna make it in one order. You didn't say it exactly in this order, but biology is the simplest of science, of physical science, right? It was implied we have physical science, and then chemistry is next, because chemistry informs biology, and then physics, right? And this is not it's not that that's what you mean, but I thought it was funny because the word you initially used was simplest, and I had a funny thought in my head. Biology is the way biology is because it is the most complex. So the irony here is, in order to form a universal law, it is reduced to its simplest components. But I think I know what you mean by simplest. I was reading about like the memes that are currently, or like the stereotypes that still pervade in the scientific field, and they still are prevailing simplifications, right? And one of them is the idea that biology is the easiest to comprehend, and it's the least accurate or precise. Like there's no like meticulous But that to me, that's an exercise of misconception. So biology looks at holistic things because it is too complex to break down yet. But when they observe this complexity, then biochem comes into the picture, where it breaks the hardest, most complex and obtuse things down to a simpler form, which is chemistry. And if you get chemistry of this biological thing, which is biochem, it's like, okay, now we understand this really complicated thing. Let's break it down to even simpler form. And that is the basis for fundamentals. So while the act, possibly the act of trying to create a universal form is hard or perceived as being hard, it is actually the most simplest discipline because it has elegance, it has idealism. Laws are consistent, they are not spurious, there's no complexity or unknowns. Mathematics is arguably, as a side note, mathematics is even simpler than that. It's hard to do, maybe the discipline is difficult because of the abstraction required, but that's not this is what I mean by comprehensible, this is immersion up here. So bio is immersion for language learning, and math is syntax, right? Or linguistics at the very core. You have to synthesize all of them. It's very hard to remember all the individual parts, but it's easier to look at a whole. So this vocabulary word together seems easier than remembering all the little bits that I just said, right? So this is easier to grasp because of emergence, right, from us, but the parts are both harder, interesting, and less efficient for the appropriateness because of emergence, right? So all the stuff, all the tools and mnemonics I was doing is physics. It's breaking down the parts, but is it really necessary in order to get the holistic meaning? Well, not necessarily. And that's kind of the irony in one of the word choices that you had. And I thought it was pretty funny because I really do, I agree with you on the concept. And do you know why I agree with you? It's because we live at the level of bio. So like if we're talking now I want to throw in a little bit of flavor of my own the thing that I usually do, which is perspective, right? Human perspective. It is often, bio is often viewed as the simplest and or easiest because we live and observe bio. That is the emergent level. That is the emergent level that we're accustomed to. And then even beyond bio is more. There's more. Psychology. So I'm bringing in psychology from a higher level into bio. So now we're looking at something even more nebulous, which is the perspective on why bio is easier to grasp. So not everyone has to go at the level of psychology. And also not everyone needs to understand the chemistry of life. Because the level that is least emergent is biology. We eat, we observe biology. We don't observe chemistry, let alone physics. However, when we talk about physics and chemistry, they are far more alien to bio because perspective suggests that we would be most comfortable in observing the cause, effect, and relation biologically. Now, if the world was different and we decide to view the world in chemistry terms, then it would normalize this to be the simplest or the easiest way to look at it. But since we're not subatomic particles, conscious subatomic particles or not, then the physics world is deemed to be more abstract than the bio world. And even then, when you're saying the word biology, I've mentioned many of this before, I'm a molecular biologist. Most of my peers are structural biologists. And even then, I have a focus on virology. Virology is typically at the molecular level. So in the molecular level, typically involves considerations for physical properties, like physical interactions and computational work. So lots of probabilistic modeling and whatnot. I actually do not worry about the chemistry most of the time. And also in virology, it's about the kinetics. A lot of times, the kinetics, which is physics. So in biology will always be like, let's do a reverse. Top down, right? Top down, biology explains chemistry. And it explains physics. That's why it was very difficult to inculcate this if you're thinking about it from a bottom-up approach. If you think about it, when I observe something in biology, I'm trying to explain it in chemical and physical terms. So in practice, you observe the most convenient phenomenons at the level of its emergence, right? And they are the most comprehensible, graspable, and like you can grasp that, and then you break it down and explain the others. So I try to understand the phenomenon that is virology, like retrovirology, and I try to explain the chemistry and physics behind it. So in no way does biology encompasses chemistry and physics in the terms of its omnipotence. It is a component of one overall discipline, which is science. So when physics go around saying, well, we can explain everything in chemistry and biology, the answer is no. The physics can explain the physics in chemistry and biology. The physics can glean and help the understanding of chemical phenomena and biological phenomena. But when you can explain everything, it means you can explain all of biology, chemistry, and physics put together. So they would cease to be three disciplines. They would be a singular discipline, ideally, if we're talking about semantics, right? And that's probably the most elegant way I could say about it. So when one becomes fluent in Japanese, they are acting out biology, but that represents the culmination of knowing your chemistry and physics. Yeah, that's a good point. Breaking down and studying the parts of wholes in biology will seem more difficult than studying the whole as our natural viewpoint because we're biological things. Exactly. So bio, in biology, like for me, for molecular biology, the hardest parts of biology is trying to reduce it to its parts. Like, we try to reduce it to its parts so that it is fundamentally useful at the biological level. So when I look at a question in biology, I'm like, okay, all right, looks like I'm gonna have to go over my chemistry and my physics. Like, how far down do we have to go before we can manipulate it in order to achieve an observation in biology? We don't want to go too down, because if we go down all the way to physics, then we might not be able to ever climb back up to biology, to explain biology. Like, for example, when you think about nutrition, right? Like using like organism So you're at the organismal level, like say a rat. And you're like, oh yeah, okay, so let's look at the chemical properties, like, I don't know, neurotransmitters. It's like, oh, okay, so the rat is sad right now. We look at the neurotransmitter profile, which is chemistry, or biochem. That's the interface of biology and chemistry. It's like, okay, the neurotransmitter profile is telling us something. Let's follow it, right? Let's follow its kinetics. Then you're dropping down to physics. It's molecular kinetics, right? Like, okay, so this interacts with this. All right. But what if we get even deeper and say, maybe it's maybe it's subatomic interactions. But then after you learn all of this, in order to explain why the rat is sad, you have to take the subatomic particles, reconstruct the molecular dynamics, and then reconstruct the neurotransmitter pathways, and then test if it actually works. And rarely has any biological principles and chemistry principles ever reached to the state of fundamentals. And in that way, the other way is true too, where a physical universal law was able to get all the way back to the rat is sad. So in both ways, top down and bottom up, science has not bridged this. And one of the testaments to this is biologists have a hard time talking to chemists and have a hard time talking to physicists, and vice versa, like this. Largely because there wasn't enough resolution to bridge the emergence. There are so many levels. And we have new terms like biochem. So now biochem, the hierarchy now is like bio at the very top, but then bio gets ripped into biochem at the early stages. This is like this is when I was in science, and then you get to chem, right? But then you have physical chem, pchem into physics, right? But now it doesn't look like this anymore, because when you take bio tends to leap this way. And this is called molecular bio. You sit from bio to physical chem. And then sometimes biochem gets jumped by, at a higher level, you have neurology and like neurobio. These are system stuff. So neurobio, and like, I'll just stick with neurobio, because neurobio is a great way to jump to chemistry and over skipping like the bigger arc of bio. So it's really, really fundamentally wonderful that it's chaotic and it's interesting, and somehow we still find ways to try to simplify and organize all this information. For me, I'm interested in the physical chemistry of things a lot of times when I'm in the discipline of molecular biology. And oftentimes, hear me out, there is also hierarchies between that. Oftentimes, molecular biologists are often viewed as doing the harder work than someone who's doing like behavioral biology, because behavioral biology is at an even higher complexity, but behavioral biology is at the very emergent level that most humans perceive, right? Behavioral biology, or in other words, a leap, behavioral biology or neurobio, for example. Neurobio, oops, I wrote neurobio. So behavioral biology or neurobiology is otherwise at the highest level. At this level is psychology. And between behavioral bio, neurobio, and psychology, you also have like, I don't know, endocrine and like human body. I don't know what this is. Like maybe cell bio, but cell bio is a stretch because people don't see cells. So maybe like human physiology, bio, like human physiology, and that's where like the emergent level is that we live in. So anything that is in our emergent level is conceptually, holistically easy. As a whole, holistically is easy to contrive, so we have opinions, and it's fundamentally simpler to look. Yet the irony is, under the guise of a scientist, it is so complex. We must only look at it that we try to only look at it that, and most of the time, I would say 100, nearly 100% of the time, the labs, the like laboratory tests and stuff you're looking at is not looking at these things like that. It's looking at the lower level of the components. It's looking at the biochem, the physics, and whatnot added. So to say that biologists are not chemists or physicists, for me personally, is I would be doing a disservice to physicists and chemists to say that I do not pay attention to chemistry and physics when I'm using biology. It would be incredibly myopic to think that I don't need chemistry and physics to understand biology. But then I also expect, which is not true a lot of times because of like prevailing history and understanding, because there's arguably more fundamental understanding historically as well and culturally in the science community. There is more fundamental understanding of physics than chemistry. And then biology. Because chemistry and biology, like you suggest, came after physics. These are the fundamentals. They are the simplest way that we can understand something when it comes to empirical data, like reproducible things. Then it gets murky when you get to chemistry. It gets even murkier when you get to biology. So maybe in the future, biology can be reduced down to physics, and chemistry can be reduced down in an ideal world, perhaps. And then we will end up calling them different things. The new stuff, so biology will ever be biology because it always concerns more complex emergent levels. That's their focus. And chemistry will always remain chemistry because it is the intermediate level of segregation for complex systems. So whenever something gets reduced down to physics, it becomes physics. Biology's phenomenon, when they finally get decomposed to fundamental things, it is now officially, like, when you think of a phenomenon that you observe at the biology level, the biological level, when you understand its like lower level stuff, it is the chemistry of that biology. And then when you understand the kinetics and the basic foundations of that, it becomes physics. It is the physics of that chemistry. So in no way, it's more like it's the bubbles are more like this sometimes, and not like this. Is that right? Yeah, so sort of. And then there's a conversion of things. So things from this field gets converted to this. The difference? Oh. No, this didn't illustrate my point on the because of the middle one overlaps. Oh, yeah. So I was illustrating two different points. This is not the point that I was trying to make. I thought about it, it's like, this is talking about overlap, unfortunately. This is meaning that biology and chemistry are interconnected like this. like this, but that's not what I meant. I thought about it and it's like, no, that's not how that works. What happens is you could think of it like this for like your independent things, but what happens is there's a conversion between the concepts, as in a bio concept gets converted to a chem concept, which gets converted to a physics concept. In no way does the biology explain the physics. The physics explains the physics in biology. So what you were talking about makes sense when you do this, which is great. Although they're not like smaller circles, they're more like right now the reality. So this is the ideal case, is what you're trying to observe, right? Yesterday, your concept was this is physics, this is chemistry, and this is bio, because they're stacked on top of each other. You know, you can look at it this way. Like if you're looking an eagle eye view, the top is bio, chem, and then everything in between. We're using bio, chem, and bio as a segregator, but there's all the intermediate. However, when you look at this, this tier, what it's saying is, and this is not the reality of our known knowledge, but in an ideal case, what it's saying is that you cannot explain like all the things that make maybe this portion, right? The bio portion can be bigger. Let's say we have so the reality right now in terms of body of data or something, certain phenomena could be like this. The profile could be like this. Because of our emergence, there might be more observations in biology, right? But it is still on top. It is the top layer, and this is the bottom layer. The fundamentals are here, but you might make an argument that it looks like there are a lot more things we understand about biology than we understand about physics. However, in an ideal world, it would stack like a pyramid because of the idea of fundamentals, right? It would look like this. But in reality, it's a kind of a mix. It might even be like about negligibly across the board. But what is true that I agree with is biology is staggered at the top, right? But the understanding of how much we know of each field varies on phenomenon. Like for instance, for me, what I think about virology is more like the breakup is this. There's a lot of emphasis on the chemical properties of virology versus the physical properties of virology. Oh, okay, thank you, Adblock. And the bio side, I might even say the bio side is even less like this. The things that you would think of. So like, what does a virus do? A virus makes you sick. It gives you symptoms, like this is how you know if it's a viral infection. And then chemically, how do you determine what a virus is? Well, you could look at its nucleic acids. You use like a sequencer, right? A sequencer, you pick up its DNA or its RNA, right? This is the bulk of where the research is right now. And then I'm arguing that physics is a bit bigger than bio because the emphasis is we kind of know at the biological level that what viruses typically do, right? Replication, insertion, and then host hijack, you know, coding like, but this is an understatement. This is already super complicated, but we're trying to reduce it into these chemical properties. Like how does a virus enter a cell? It's the interaction of the lipid layers and the capsid to form a chemical and or physical interaction. And then these components are broken down. So each particular phenomenon is broken down into its own makeup of top-down approach. it's multidisciplinary. So I don't think, in my opinion, in nowadays, even for like 7 years ago or so, that a biologist would look at a problem and they're like, there's no chemistry and physics involved in this. It's usually we're going to wield all the chemistry, physics, and biology that we know. And some people are neurobiologists, and then you have to add a second thing because they often tackle behavior consequences or organismal consequences. And then I could change this to molecular biology. So molecular biology is in the tier that's separated from cell biology. So now you have cell biology, and then you have the organismal biology, which is like behavior and consequences of behavior. In a more accurate way, I think we would use pathology in terms of disease. So I'm more in the area of disease, right? So pathologist is even higher order than cell biologists, and then cell biologist is higher order than molecular biologist, and molecular biologist is higher order than a chemist, and then a chemist is higher order than physics. When you're looking at a molecular biology problem, you're looking up to the pathologist and you're looking down to the physicist. Not looking down at the physicist, but we're going step down. So when I look at a problem, what is the most understandable, comprehensible way we can try to explain enough of this molecular biology property that we can manipulate it? That is what makes biology, this is going to be a hot take, seem inferior. This still exists in many places, inferior to physics. Much like engineering is viewed as a lesser discipline than physics, because physics believes that a lot of times the stereotype is that if you can explain everything, like why and how and what, is harder to explain than what is and use. Biology has the same the biology is explaining that too, but the goals are different, right? When you're saying a lot of times when you're saying, oh, a physicist can explain biology, it cannot. A physicist who is very great at physics cannot explain biology, in the sense of their emergence and their goals are different. They are not there to try to apply it. They're not even in the realm of applying it. They're trying to explain it, which is ironic because you use the word explain. And explain, how do I usually explain things? Demonstration. Largely because demonstration is a form of application. And oftentimes application is easier because you can observe it. Explaining it often deals with abstraction, and that abstraction is often unobservable. And abstraction is something we don't live in a natural world. Like, it's easier to see someone throw a ball and see what happens than explaining all the things that made that ball travel through the air and hit the ball at a level that you cannot see. So it is, by all means, I'm saying I totally understand that you're truly a physics fan. Like, when I was making that jest yesterday, and then you were making the joke like, oh, if you haven't noticed already, what I meant when I said, oh, you really like physics, is that you think like a physicist. You are like, the behavior that I'm accustomed to interacting with is you view the world in a very physical principle. And I like that I can relate to that because when I learn things, I view it from a physical standpoint. I enjoy breaking things down into its point, but it's not because I'm a physicist. It's because I'm a molecular biologist. I like to take a phenomenon and break it down to its parts, or I'm used to it anyways. I don't think I have the comprehensible understanding of trying to create building blocks and think that I'm confident enough to construct the natural phenomenon or reconstruct the natural phenomenon that I observe, because things are too complicated for me. So when I'm thinking of a virus entering a cell, my first thought is, let's see it and record as much data as possible when observing the cell. Measure as many things as possible, and then try to explain it with chemistry. And then hopefully one day, maybe I would understand enough physics to explain it with physics out of curiosity. But usually, if you can explain the chemical properties, you are able to apply that knowledge to create meaningful biological tools and change. So while physicists are great at explaining universal concepts and theories as to, you know, the why, like the meaning of life kind of situation, philosophers tend to do that with behavior, right? Try to explain like the concept of all the things that underlie everything else. Meanwhile, those who are applying those things are not physicists. They are a higher level order of physics, be it astrophysics, aeronautics, engineering, biologists, and chemists. So it's really interesting to look at it from a purist point of view again. I actually haven't had these discussions for a while now. I think oftentimes the higher the level you get into like scientific inquiry, like the more multidisciplinary it becomes. Like at the college level, it can still feel like you can learn everything with physics, right? And then when you get into the graduate level, the early graduate level, it still feels like, yeah, I'm good. I can just stick to cell bio to explain things. And then once you get to like graduate level, like the pre-graduate to the graduate level, you're like, oh man, now I really need to brush up on my chemistry and physics. Like there's no way I can learn enough about this system without all the other disciplines in line. And then when you get to postdoc, you realize my life's too short to learn everything. That's the punchline. Like, all right, we're gonna pick and choose our battles because mortality is rough and emergence sucks. Emergence sucks so much to the point where I use psychology. When it comes to emergence, here's one that deals with language learning and quality of life. I love to view the world in a way that I could understand it in all of its fundamental parts. Like I wish I had a book where I would say, these are the fundamentals of physics, which translates to all these human behaviors. So as long as I maintain this, I can tell everyone the same thing and do the same exact thing so that they'll always be happy, right? The unfortunate part is emergence happens. From getting from the physical properties of, say, even the chemical neurotransmitter. So even starting at chemistry, and you're trying to get to behavioral psychology. From there to behavioral psychology, you're wondering, okay, so do I have any universal laws about neurotransmitters that can explain behavioral psychology? One does exist that people think they understand, dopamine. This is an example of making a leap from chemistry, and I will be even more respectful about chemists, from biochemistry, or I could even be more specific on the level neurochemistry, leaping all the way to behavioral psychology. Now, at that level, we're thinking, okay, so let's just regulate dopamine up and down, right? If you want a more pragmatic, like physical thing, you could say steroids. Or, Prokal, I know this might be a tough, I don't want to like, I want to use this as a very relatable topic. Or opioids. Right? And a lot of stuff has been done in a way to apply this stuff. So what is the least amount of lower level understanding, as in like fundamental understanding, like without having to go back to physics and make it really rudimentary? How far back can we get from bio, right? Or even behavioral psychology? How far do you have to step back? And recently it has stepped back to things like biochemistry and neurochemistry. And then they go and they try to take that information and reconstruct the behavioral psychology, and it usually falls apart. Like a lot of times it comes down to, we need more information, but yet it does not stop the application of these things. And this is where I bring in human condition. Human condition often weighs on the things that are simpler, are also relatable and observable in consequence, in cause and consequence. So when people think that understanding the physics of this is very hard, is because it's not a similar, relatable, or an observable cause and effect. So oftentimes, even talking about the properties of steroid, opioids, and neurology at the chemical and the molecular level, which is what I'm interested in most of the time, rarely do people care. They care about the application of the thing because it's observable. It's similar, it's relatable, it's observable. So how does this relate to language learning, right? Japanese, people use WaniKani to understand kanji. But kanji is like meh. We want vocabulary words. And then vocabulary words like meh. Meh. It's meh. We want to learn how to speak and write, because this is the order in which we want. But no, not even speak and write. We want to use a language. We want to become fluent. So oftentimes it's building up, and whenever you're observing something, you're only breaking it down, human condition, breaking it down to simple enough in order to manipulate it for a high order result. But it's not the highest order result. A higher order result in which it results into an application of it. And that would be my like psychological spin on a psychological perspective spin that is relatable to most people, because that order, psychology, the order of psychology is the one that we, like lots of people, observe when it comes to decision making and explaining linguistics or a language, as opposed to, do people care if I explain to them what the components are and stuff? Some people do, because they require that. But not every, if I told you this is what this word means and I start speaking fluent Japanese, that is the application. So in the end, in the end result, when we're trying to communicate what is hard and easy, it's irrelevant. It's often not correlated to its complexity and simplicity, and as well as its functional consequence in explaining things. You can explain things using a language as opposed to spelling out the whole thing, right? I could type everything to you, but a higher order of typing is speaking. You can make an argument, no, typing is a higher order of something. Actually, one of the highest order of communication is nonverbal communication. So it's interesting. And then what's a higher order than physical science? What you could make an argument. What's a higher order than physical science? Arts. The very first thing that we talked about when I mentioned liberal arts, right? The arts that you're talking about is something that goes beyond physical science. It can be physical and figurative because of the arts, right? A sculpture is both physical and figurative at the same time, so it's a higher order. And the nice thing about higher order stuff is it's so complex. What brings a smile to my eye, and this is related to when you said you were surprised that I draw, that I do artwork, right? I do artwork. The complexity is where I say "c'est la vie." I don't know if that's how you write it, but "c'est la vie," right? There are many things that science has taught me that I can't handle, and without my human rationale kicking in, and that's being dwarfed by the understanding that no matter how long I will live or could live, I will not know enough to feel comfortable if I do not embrace complexity, as in holistics, instead of fully embracing reductivism. I don't know what it's called, but that's how you get to physics from bio. If you're getting from bio to physics, it is a full commitment to reductivism, like to reduce the reductivism or something, reduction versus holistics. So I have a balance of both. I try to balance the two. Things that are too complicated for me to understand, holistics. Things that I can see myself potentially reducing, I embrace the reduction of it. Solving a puzzle, for example, playing a video game, you can reduce it to more fundamental parts in order to understand the whole, right? Learning a language is very much like that, but most people prefer to take the holistic approach for language. I think this is really fun in that. Yeah, the perception of the three terms in terms of inferior sphere is weird, as you could think of physics as superior as it covers the building blocks for Kevin Bio, but on the flip side, you could think of biology as superior as it builds up in advance from just the building blocks in physics. Yeah, so it's a really weird thing, and I did grow up with it, by the way, Procol. By the way, I did do all of this reading. I spent another 4 hours in the evening seeing what the prevailing thoughts are, if these are still pervasive, and it's still there. It's still there, by the way. The whole like remnants of what constitutes, like, using psychology, right? This is the irony here. Most people are using a higher order rationale, higher order discipline like philosophy and psychology and logical systems to explain lower order relations of inferiority and superiority. So you can see when a physicist tries to defend that meme, and a biologist and a psychologist, there's like very different order reactions in itself. It's such a meta game, like an inception of disciplines. But at the end of the day, when we think about perception is one of the higher order of the things we observe. Consciousness, biology, consciousness and our explainer linguistics are higher order things. Using language and semantics is a higher order thing. So it was wild to see still existing threads about who's bigger or who's badder, who's more important, and my only thought was everything. That's like, but that sounds like a holistic person. Then I would be called out. It's like, oh, you're just looking at the thing as a whole, and I'm like, yeah, I am, because it's too complicated for me to understand. That's my default. Like, if I can't understand it, I have to see as a whole and then try to explain it empirically into smaller parts until I no longer can understand it. And one part that I don't understand is, how can you say that something that is advanced in your axiom, like your argument is that biology is a consequence of another thing, and yet it is inferior in the same way, and yet you can go around and say something that's fundamental is more complex than something that is complex. It's a weird thought, but behavioral psychology at the highest level could explain that, and that's attachment disorder, or not really a disorder, just attachment. Attachment and association is what happens when you're very familiar with something. It feels like it's less complicated, but at the same time it is very important. So when it's very less complicated, it tends to be universal. Like, one should all appreciate this. So you go around thinking maybe everyone should appreciate biology because you're a biologist, everyone should appreciate physics because you're a physicist. And things come easier when someone's accustomed to a point of view. And that's using a really high order of discipline of behavioral psychology to explain the relation between disciplines in their like importance. It's just such a vast, it's like a cyclic, it's a pandemonium of cyclic arguments. It's fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. I was down deep in a rabbit hole yesterday, Procol. You've heard scientists have had trouble when observing signs of certain chemical reactions on other planets, as it can be hard to differentiate from biology. Yes, exactly. So here, isn't it crazy that one of the things that you would have to consider is you hope that there's artificial life form on another planet, because whatever is happening on that planet is too hard to break down into the chemical reactions because we live on a different planet. Isn't that such a funny thought? Like, what level of understanding do you think we're going to enter at understanding another planet? Maybe observing another organism on another planet. You see what I mean? Like, what level of entry is it that we can be able to understand another planet? Is it water? Is it chemicals? Is it the physics of the planet? Because I can tell you that it's funny, but I would argue you probably know more about the physics of another planet than the chemistry of another planet. But is it relatable or useful? I don't like applicable in a way that we can use it. Not yet. So you could try to build from the physics of the planet, which is what's happening right now, by the way. I think most of the time, much like human history, physics was the precursor. It is the fundamental, simplest way to look at something in order to build up to it, right? But we don't live on the other planet. So what do we start with? I think the most fundamental understanding of other planets is through physics. And then occasionally you would observe some water or some chemical stuff. Like, oh, okay, now we can infer something from our physics to the water. And then my only thought is, boy, howdy. The only way we're going to be able to verify all these things is now we have to find alien life forms. Because, like, what is higher order than chemistry? We're going into bio. What are we going to do? We're going to look for cells or like something that's living of some sort. And that is one of the most elegant way of contrasting between reality, science living in the system we're observing, versus we're observing something else. The planets, other planets are separate from us, right? So we have no intrusion or firsthand, but we're trying to. We're going over there, extracting stuff, and trying to bring it back. And that's interesting. That's a very interesting topic about looking at other planets as a way to test our empirical understanding of the different disciplines. You haven't quite gotten to something as bad as opioids in your substance abuse issue, but okay. Excellent. But obviously dopamine is now like the new fad, right? So dopamine is one that leaps over molecular biology. It leaps over molecular biology, cell biology a lot of times in organisms. Now, a lot of the studies come from the organismal level, which is great, but it kind of leaps forward into human biology, a lot of time behavioral, right? But that opioids and dopamine studies and stuff did come from a molecular standpoint. So there's a great understanding of the molecular standpoint, but translating it all the way to behavioral psychology, it has been quite a leap when it comes to the translational work. And that kind of illustrates emergent properties. You know that saying that saying, oh, these are just animal models, right? Before this was just animal models, like only on animals. Before that this was just a chemical. But actually the entry point for chemical and animal points was brain. So it was at an organ level, and the brain then introduced neurotransmitters, which that's the molecular level. And then you're breaking it down into components for synthesis and application that ends up leaping back to chemical. And then due to all of this, it was eventually goes back, reconstruct this, and animal testing happened. And then now it's a vague jump to behavioral psychology. And this huge leap is crazy because emergence. And what is the common saying that is an illustration of emergence because of the limitation of human observation? Like it's from the human perspective, like predictability, right? Emergence laughs at predictability because of our limited knowledge. And that's, oh, what happens in animals, may not necessarily happen in humans. What happens in chemistry might not necessarily happen in biology, and so forth and so forth, because of our limited ability to synthesize and account for emergence. Not the disciplines that have these are not part of the discipline, but the idea that we do not have comprehensive knowledge in order to predict emergence. So one of the biggest inferiorities when it comes to like the correlation between inferiority is exactness, right? Something that is hard is often associated with exactness or rigor, and then something that's inferior is often deal with approximation. This is human condition stuff, like human condition when it comes to psychology. So higher order. Inferior tends to be approximate and loose and flexible. And often this correlates with things that are far too complex to understand, too complex, and holistic. While exactness is hard, rigor, right? Precise. That's different. Exactness is a combination of accuracy and precision, right? Hard, rigor, and this is usually fundamental and reductive. So these things get associated a lot, and I totally understand what you meant. And actually, I during college, this was true. This still held up really well. In fact, the whole like physics is greater than chemistry is greater than bio is a really funny thing. And I think I love the comic strips. I actually like these comic strips because they capture psychology. The irony here is I'm playing a metagame here. I actually think understanding the relationship between physics, chem, and bio and how they impart psychological behavior in conversation is what made me interested about this relationship. because at the time at college, I was also taking psychology. And higher than psychology, I also took sociology, which is even higher level than psychology. Because sociology is just observing human population. I mean, heck, I might have made some time for anthropology at some point. Now that's people through history. So, I did take a slight step back in terms of psychology. I took a pivot to a lower level, and that was logical systems. The lower level of psychology, which branch and does not necessarily go with physics, is logical systems, which is the thing that we were talking about, the A to B to C. If A equals B, if A leads to B, which B leads to C, does A lead to C? Syllogism, logical systems. And I have a background in coding as well, which coding tend to use that in a loose way. You've heard, let's see. I haven't quite gotten to something that's okay. And then you need to focus, yeah. You've done the different ways to say green tea, sushi, water, rice, and please about that 1,000 times. Yeah. So I hope you get a higher order soon. Exactly. I hope you get to a higher order soon. You find it funny thinking about physicists spending 12 hours explaining the interaction of each atom in a group of them. Then a biologist just point at it and says, "Oh yeah, a cell." Yeah, but then would you stay for describing what a cell does at that order? That's kind of the idea, right? It might be more efficient to try and understand something by starting at the whole, then breaking it down rather than breaking it. It is. So that's the argument, right? Yeah, and you really regret not thinking about emergence when we had that conversation yesterday. I couldn't think of the word. I couldn't think of the phrase. Oftentimes, I use the word emergent properties instead of emergence. Because hear me out. It did come up. Emergent properties is the tag phrase for simulated, for a lot of simulated molecular reactions. So I had back in the day, I sat in a seminar, and there's a dry lab. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the term dry and wet when it comes to labs. A dry lab is things that are focused on computational work. So what they do is they collaborate. They collaborate with a wet lab, and I usually work in wet labs. Basically, wet labs are what you would observe. They are the traditional labs, by convention. They are the conventional. I think the word conventional labs would be what I would say. So the image of someone pipetting something, manipulating cells, and then observing if the cells die or not, that's a wet lab. It includes like animal studies and whatnot. So a dry lab usually collaborates with a wet lab and use computational work to reconstruct what they observe in the wet lab through simulation of molecular, and that involves lots of physical properties like physics, because in order to calculate and simulate these things, they need the parameters in order to reconstruct that situation and simulate it in order to make that thing happen, right? A more general way to illustrate this is protein structure. Protein structure. So we're at the level of biochemistry. This is biochemistry, right? Protein structure. And then the protein structure is often broken down into its chemical points. And that chemical points often have physical properties, right? So there are some nuances of protein structure because of its higher ordered energetics, like thermodynamics, right? Thermodynamics that allow proteins to have predictable paths of folding and construction. So if you take the chemical properties and the parameters of the physical properties, you can
place it into a simulation in silico work and use the computational things starting with a unfolded chain and then simulate it and iterate it over and over again until they found the lowest path of thermally stable way to fold that protein. And if that simulation ends up matching with the protein structure, then all the chemical and the physical discoveries from breaking down this protein structure holds true. So in practice, in silico, you can then connect the fundamental parts strung together and reconstitute and construct and make a new protein. And that's where novel protein construction is made. This is a really rudimentary, this is for me, this is as simple as I could say from what I gather. Because when you're saying, oh yeah, a cell, I'm saying, oh yeah, a cell right now. The description that I'm saying here is, oh yeah, a cell. So a protein is a protein, it's a globular thing, and it's made of a string of compounds, right? I'm not saying what those compounds are, but like what their components are. Carbon, I could just say carbon. So when you're saying, it's funny that you think about a physicist spending 12 hours explaining the interaction of each atom, then a biologist doesn't say, oh yeah, this is a cell. A biologist says, this is a cell and here are the characteristics of a cell. As a person who's interested in physics, you stop listening. That would be my challenge to you. You are interested in physics, so you are more likely to listen to 12 hours of explaining the interaction of each atom, but you do not spend time listening to 12 hours of how cells interact with each other. That is a cognitive dissonance at the psychological level. If you want to hear someone describe a cell, I can guarantee you it also takes more than 12 hours to describe what's in a cell. In fact, it's kind of funny because the first thing I think about when someone puts up a cell is, there's mitochondria, the powerhouse of the cell, which isn't, that's not its only function. Oh, there's the Golgi bodies. They're responsible for exocytosis and endocytosis. If any of these words sound like they're complicated and require 4 or 5 hours of discussion, then you're thinking like a cell biologist. You're not even thinking like a molecular biologist yet. Because when someone says endocytosis, I'm thinking molecular transport. So what are they transporting? They're often transporting proteins. But what are proteins made of? Because we're molecular. We think of molecular. Organelles are not molecular. Organelles are microscopic. So, in my opinion, to expand one's perspective, is that you find a physicist spend 12 hours talking about the interaction with atom because it's interesting. You didn't sit through a biologist explaining why a cell is interesting. And I don't either. Just for the record, I don't sit through either of them. I think it's interesting to a degree. Like, I would, out of curiosity, if I had to sit through a 12-hour discussion about each atom interacting because someone else likes it, that's great. I wouldn't sit through a 12-hour discussion about why a cell is interesting, because every time I sit through a cell thing, I'm thinking of the molecular properties of that interaction. So when someone says, oh, you eat protein and you get stronger, I'm like, oh, be still, my heart. Like, first of all, do you know what happens to that protein when you consume it? And that's not even molecular yet, it's biochemistry. So we're still at biochemistry right now. Like, do you know what happens when you put protein in your mouth? And that's kind of the idea of interest at different levels. Like, explain to me what happens in your mouth at a molecular level. We're not even talking about physics right now, so I mean, in one way, you could probably say things like molecule. I don't know how a physicist would explain what happens in the mouth. Maybe they might think about how the atoms of that component like separate. I really can't talk like a physicist. But chemical, you could probably talk about chemical, like a protein breaks down into its components, enzymes and stuff. Yeah, now you're thinking like an endocrinologist. And for me, I think about how like the concentration gradients. So for molecular biologists, I'm thinking like concentration gradients, and maybe like how proteins, right? The actual proteins, when they break down into their building blocks, how that building block is interacting with the sensors on your tongue, for example. Your tongue has sensors. So the molecular interaction between the receptors and the parts of the protein then triggers certain enzyme releases and stuff, right? And there's also physical force. Like, how do you know your tongue has food in it? How do you know that your mouth has food in it? There's mechanoreceptors. So you have lots of receptors on your mouth and your tongue and whatnot that is interacting in time. And if you have to try to explain that and get all the way to your muscles get stronger, my mind just exploded. Like, my mind will explode. I don't think I have enough. I don't think I'll live long enough to complete a book on try to describe at the molecular level what happens. How does protein lead to muscle mass gain after you eat something? It's kind of like asking someone to learn Japanese by only typing romaji for the rest of their life. I would prefer to, in my opinion, I would prefer to write Japanese this way. Because if you wrote romaji, what is this romaji? It's not that bad when you're thinking about it in one fundamental block, but then you have to expand it to the next order of blocks. I guess this would be kurushimu. So kurushimu. So you will have to write this stuff all the time instead of this. Romaji? Yeah, romaji. Romaji is a. Oh yeah, it might sound like no, because do in Japanese is kind of like that. So romaji, so Roman G, which is Roman characters. That's the somewhat Japanese term for you're writing this stuff in Roman characters. So this thing, when I'm typing on a Roman keyboard, I'm typing kurushimu. So you have to type this instead of typing this. Oh yeah, romaji, yeah. In Duolingo. Yeah. So romaji is I guess, in my opinion, this might not be true. I don't have etymology at all. No etymology. I'm guessing it's the concatenation or the contraction of Roman and G. And G is the word for character. So then they took Roman, and then like slammed it together, and it's romaji. Is how I often view it as. Anyways, you do find biological processes really interesting sometimes, like why and how is it that when our skin is exposed to sun, our body produces vitamin D? Yeah, Wait, do you know? Not a lot of people know how that works. And it's largely described at the biochemical level. So it's a lot more with biochemistry. But the light and the electromagnetism and stuff is combining physics. So it's like a physical chem process. And then the consequence of vitamin D and sun and stuff, that's biology, but you can exclusively think of it from a physical chemistry standpoint. How electromagnetic waves, that energy is captured by your skin in order to somehow generate signals and like a concerted protein expression and enzyme expression that would cause the creation of vitamin D. Like it's more closer to like the molecular level a lot of times without having to think about higher order things, like getting a sunburn or something in the process, or how our stomachs produce stomach acid. Like how the heck did our body make acid and what from? I know, right? Like where, how it's the please tell me if you want to. I can't. No, I don't. I actually don't. I don't understand it. I don't understand it. I only know corollary data. So I'm not even sure if people do know from in the way that you want to know. If you know what I mean. I know that sounds really vague, but the level that I understand skin is, it might as well be corollary. Because I'm not even sure if someone can explain it outside of, oh yeah, sun triggers, I don't know, a light receptor on the skin or something. The skin then, right, the skin, or maybe it's a property of the sun. I don't even know. Like, is it actually the electromagnetic wave, or is it interacting with a light receptor on your skin, which trigger a downstream endocrine pathway that's only sensitive to the light receptor that is triggered by sunlight, that leads to the synthesis of vitamin D. And that synthesis involves the entire process happening in host. Like the sun itself might be the trigger for a nascent chemical reaction in your body. Like for example, when someone thinks, so where does the acid come from? Well, it comes from other building blocks. But how does the stomach know when to produce acid? There are receptors that mediate that. So it's not like the food you ate, for example. The food you ate, that food gets converted to acid. Is the components already exist in homeostasis in your body. So when the food triggers a receptor, it triggers the body to build acid from already existing homeostatic components in your body. And this is where like kids would get really weird, right, about things. And people who don't maybe understand a bigger picture thing, this is where the higher order kind of fails, right? If your system, if you look with a magnifying glass, if your system is only looking at the stomach, the food that's in the stomach, and that's as far as your system goes, because you're looking really, really fine. You're looking at all the food and you're looking at what's in the stomach, then there's no possible way of explaining what's around it. And that's where higher order comes in. When you step back and you're looking at a higher order, then you're wondering, oh, the acid is obviously coming from your body, the rest of your body. Now, where's the source of the rest of the body? Then you can zoom back in, like here, and then find that. So that's zooming out, zooming back in. Higher order, lower order, right? If you do not step back far enough or high enough, it can be very difficult to look at the bigger picture if you're looking at the smaller picture and having a bigger understanding in order to then refocus your things. So that's, in my opinion, why these disciplines again exist, because you have to step back and step forward and step back. I have an example in physics itself. What is like the theory of, I don't know what it is, but it deals with relativity. It's like I forgot what it's called. Like, the only reason I know this is because I'm watching pop culture physics. But there was one where a higher order physical theory was possible, and it was more elegant to observe than a lower level theory. But because they knew the higher order physics theory, it informed the lower level physics theory. I mean, you could even argue, while this is under the umbrella of chemistry, right? Umbrella of chemistry, you can think of kinetics, right? Kinetics and thermodynamics as once a higher order look at molecular dynamics. Now physics has gone deeper. It's like way deeper. But at some point, I would say thermodynamics and kinetics was physics. But then they diverged. So higher order stuff got even higher order, and then physics got deeper and deeper. At some point, I would even argue, if everyone started talking about like quarks and like neutrinos and I don't know, boson particles and stuff, you might even consider the higher order physics to end up being something else. You might even quote unquote relegate them to chemistry. Sorry, I'm only saying that out of like jest and funny thing. The idea is, as we get deeper in one direction, all the others get shoved up, right? How dare you? So you know what I mean, right? That the fields keep getting spread apart, right? Like the more resolution. Oh, you know what I'm thinking of? This is a great way to say it. Before there was higher physics, and we're talking about higher order physics. Sorry, English sucks. Let's just say English sucks. A higher order physics and a lower order physics. But then at some point, it's like, oh yeah, we're expanding. Our lower order physics is getting lower. So at some point, it gets closer, so higher order ends up being here. And it's like, well, what is here now? Let's call it chemistry. Because chemistry is expanding. Like, oh yeah, now we got to tackle even harder, more complex questions. What will we do? All right, well, we got to further our understanding first. And then this becomes chemistry. Relatively speaking, we're thinking of relativity now, right? Because relativity makes things, we have perspective when we have relativity. Then this becomes biology, largely because tools and stuff have been developed. Now, it's not this elegant. Obviously, this is an ideal case. What actually ended up happening is you take biology and you go this way most of the time now. Originally, there was like this happened while physics was expanding. So this was happening and this was also happening. So at some point, physics touched biology. In my opinion, a more realistic outcome, more realistic understanding of how science, quote unquote, the physical sciences really happened, in my opinion, in historics, is that there was, you observed biology and it went higher order and lower order at the same time in the physical sciences, and physics at the same time was getting higher order and lower order. So at some point there was an intersection, and I mean, we might as well call it chemistry. The intersection of that. And chemistry also had this too. So I don't think that it was in an order of magnitude, right? I don't think it was like, oh, this happened exclusively, this happened exclusively. I think they all happened concurrently. Whatever was observable. Someone was interested in biology, someone was interested in physics, someone was interested in chemistry, and they diverged. And now, since we're in the internet age, right? We're in the internet age and communication's great. Now we have perspective, and this is after the fact. So that neat little thing where when people say physics led into chemistry, led into bio, I think that's post facto. After the fact, it is very neat to arrange these disciplines like this. In reality, I don't think that's how occurrence happened. I think reality, people observe something at the physical level, chemical, and bio. In fact, I'm more likely to say it's probably bio and chem that they observed in order to derive the physics, largely due to like tools and resolution and abstraction than anything else. So inherently, this makes bio and chem easier to understand. Quote, easier, and strictly more bio. Easier to understand, because almost the phenomenons and laws, apart from the laws of physics, well, hear me out. If we're talking about cause and effect, you remember the tale of Isaac Newton, right? The little like funny story. It didn't actually happen that way, but the tale we keep talking about and stuff. Would you consider this possible if he didn't observe that the apple fell from the tree? So what do you attribute this to? Do you attribute the apple to physics, or do you attribute the apple to biology? Do you attribute the existence of a tree and an apple and the environment they live in, observing the biological effects of getting hit by an apple from a higher place to a lower place, an attribution of biology or an attribution of physics? The answer is both to me. So, like, I would say it's very difficult to live. I say physics as the thing that fell is irrelevant to the fact that it falls, but the thing existed in order for you to conceive that it fell. What if the natural order of things is for the tree to not drop apples? We're not talking about the construction of the law. We're talking about the cause of the law. Like, it's like saying, if we're not human, would that be because we know physics because is being human not relevant in terms of cause to understanding physics? But in the very empirical thing, laws of physics can be done in isolation, for sure. Like, you can, I don't think it's irrelevant. It's not irrelevant. It's causal. Because humans are like, they're creatures of consequence, right? Now, none of the apple is involved in the actual law itself. No, being human is necessary to understand. No, being human is necessary to understand physics or anything. No, being human is necessary. Are you saying no as in being human is necessary for, you need a comma? I'm not sure if you're saying not being human is necessary. Like, I don't know what you're saying there. Are you saying no, we need to be human to understand physics, or no as in we don't need to be human? It's an interesting thought, and I think the laws of physics are a great way to. No, it's not irrelevant. In fact, being human is necessary on this. Yeah, yeah. In fact, it might not even be called physics if we weren't human. If you know what I mean. Like if it like let's say, it would be so fascinating if we had another intelligent life form in the world, but it would be kind of interesting to see what they would call it. And then how they would like interpret, quote unquote, our physics, if you know what I mean. And it would be elegant to understand maybe if physics is universal. Wouldn't that be such a wild ride? We're not going to talk about hypotheticals anymore, though. I think that's a really, really large, very, very long rabbit hole. If you know what I mean. Like, watch your science fictions or something, where, like, hypothetically, there's a chance that the physics that we understand today is Oh, have you ever watched the Three Body Problem? Recall? Either the English or the Chinese show, but probably the English one, the Netflix one. Have you watched the Three Body Problem? That gets the old noggin rolling. Like, what happens if physics is not universal because of emergence? Or even fundamentals. Oh, it's kind of dark for physicists in Three Body Problem, but that would be really fun. Unfortunately, I really thought that they were gonna hit some. Same with the center of black holes. Yeah, exactly. Like event horizons, or even the aspect of time, right? Aspect of time, and aspect of light, and I think science fiction loves to play with all the parts that makes you wonder. Are we missing a bigger picture, right, at the fundamental level? And that demonstrates higher order. I don't know a lot about physics. As a big disclaimer, right? I apply relativity most of the time when it comes to like psychological perceptions. I know that there's something higher than me, higher than my current one, and lower than my current one. So when you think of stuff, when you perceive things in the human space, you have the choice of stepping back or looking deeper. And oftentimes when people spend their time at what is considered the bottom or what's considered the top, I often tell myself, can I look up in order to appreciate what is below me? And then be in that position to look up and below me, because without that perception, you can either live in a universe of your own or live to appreciate something that is bigger than you and smaller than you. And oftentimes when you're living at what is considered a bottom limit and upper limit, you no longer perceive what's a lower limit, and you no longer perceive what's an upper limit. Like, you no longer can say what is fundamentally either more fundamental than yours or less fundamental, right? Would you be okay looking at the picture you sent in Discord? So, as I don't know what the character means by looking at them, so I didn't know if you have any advice for it. Oh, what's up? What's up? Is it the character that I think? Old? Oh, what Japanese character are we thinking? Oh, which one are we looking at here? Oh my gosh, you use white mode. That's kind of refreshing, actually. Oh, it looks so nice in white mode. What the heck? It's probably because I've been staring at WaniKani the whole time. What are we looking at? Whatcha? They what are we looking at here? I see it's rice and water, right? It's rice and water. So what are we going with? I don't know whether I should learn the characters by showing them next to the English pronunciation or listening to the sound of each character. Anything. Mix it up is usually my advice. So on some days turn it on some days turn it off. Find what is comfortable for a starting position and then bridge to the next one. So if you're in my opinion, it's the first question that people ask or answer for themselves a lot of times when it comes to Japanese. A lot of people prefer cold turkey. So they go down, they look at a chart. So usually they would have this type of chart. Whoops. In Duolingo, there's a kana section. Right, in a kana section, they would start with their hirakana and do those exercises like on a daily basis. You would expand like 4. I think they go by 4s. And then eventually you get your kana, so you can read your kana. Some people learn top down, but the way a lot of people did it was you learn the characters one at a time and associate them, and then you'll get the sound and stuff. I just went along with Duolingo, where okay, at some point I turn on Romaji, but I went back and forth. So what I ended up doing is I did everything I can when I had Romaji, and then I did everything I can when I had Kana. And then ask myself, if I see a Kana, what's the Romaji? And then if I have the Romaji, what's the Kana? Back and forth. I think a lot of times people are looking at it as a progression. So when they're a progression, if you're already comfortable with Romaji, you got to make yourself uncomfortable with Hirakana. And then make it comfortable. So if you already can read it, like you know what the sound is, right? When you hear do, do you hear do? When you see do, do you hear do? And like do, da, oops, I wrote da, like, or ji, right? If you can hear those things already, then you're already ready to make a bridge to kana. So now every time you see ji, are you thinking ji? And you start one at a time. You don't have to learn all of the stuff obviously all at once. Some people like it doing it that way, where you learn all of them all at once, so you just work on it. They don't even start with Japanese at all, like vocabulary or anything. You sit down, you look at this grid, right? This is how the hardcore kids do it. You look at a chart, and that chart is in your Duolingo app, by the way. It's the big fat chart that you'll see when you're in the kana section. It's on the left side and it looks like a kana. It looks like ah, probably. I think it's the ah. And you'll see a grid like this. And the grid is arranged purposefully. It's the most common grid for it. So like ka would start here, and it'd be ah, e, u, e. I started writing it. Oh no, I started writing in Roman characters and it suddenly changed to, but you get what I mean. And then what they do is, you remember all those characters at some point, or you try to, and that's eventually you'll do what I just did here, where when you say ah, I would type a, I would write a, and then e, I would write I, but eventually when I say ooh, I start writing the kana instead, largely because there's no difference between them anymore. So if I'm thinking of ooh, which is you, and which is E, and O, which is still O, you would no longer distinguish between these in the sense of they're equivalent now, and as opposed to they're different things. It's a tough one, and I would say those people who are like me, who dabbled as they went, about a month plus, a month of consistent solid plus. Those who go like ham, like they just go ham and they just sit there and drill 1 week or 2 weeks, 1 or 2 weeks, and then it'll be enough. We're not talking about consistency, but it'll be enough that you start reading the stuff, so you don't really need to go back to Domaji. I use Domaji still to this day. Most people have abandoned Domaji. I use it as a convention a lot of times, and for typing I use a Roman keyboard. So most of the time, although you only see me, you know, when you see these characters right here, when that character show up, it's automated on WaniKani. I actually typed RO here, so in a way it can still be useful, but most people find it optional. There's also other forms of keyboard input that you don't need to use Domaji anymore. It's like a flick keyboard on a phone. Why does it's go at the end of a sentence? Is there a name for those type of words? Oh, so you're talking about des, probably, right? This one, desu. Desu is a formality marker. However, it doesn't imply the is. Is always there. Interesting enough, it's one of those things, like there is a name for this when it's functionally necessary in a construction. Is a copula verb, but overall you'll notice this will be dropped. Was it tricky to remember which key means which characters on a Domain keyboard? No. For me personally, no, for me, because of the sound. So when I say, like for example, this is kurushimu, right? Kurushimu. I know that ku can only be the keystrokes. When you hear me say kurushimu, you probably heard ku, du, shi, mu. So for me, it wasn't a big deal. I rely on my own voice, but you can do it in your head too. But since I outputted my voice a lot of times, when I speak, I type as quickly as I speak. When it comes to Japanese, which is not very fast, obviously. I can't type. I can almost type as fast as I speak in English. Almost. Sometimes I can. Sometimes I need to shut up and then I can type faster, right? But I don't think so for myself. It was not tricky. It was a lot more tricky. Is it's often dropped as is obviously implied in the sentence? Yes. Or it helping verbs don't really exist, I would say, and subjects don't really exist for a while. Oftentimes the subject is implied in short sentences. Now the problem with Duolingo is you don't have long sentences or paragraphs. There are times when you need to specify a subject for clarity. And right now, in the beginning, Duolingo doesn't care about that. Duolingo doesn't care that you need subjects. Largely because when you're talking to someone, the subjects are already inferred. And that's kind of a thing that people don't like about not using context for Japanese, because Japanese is not fundamentally like Spanish and or English, where oftentimes it's very normal to indicate the subject. So Duolingo is trying their best to give you the common phrases but those common phrases tend to not have subjects. Yeah, like I, he, she. Yeah, those kinds. None of them. They do exist in the Japanese language, but they're used for specificity, as in, oh, I want to talk about this person, and I'm not talking about myself. Then you would specify that it's he. But whenever you speak and you say nothing, the default is you, or whoever's around, or whoever's you're talking to. And the downside, one of the restrictions about Duolingo is they're using conversational talking for the first things, like asking questions and stuff. And it's already inferred in the Japanese language that the person asking the question is you, and the person you're talking to is that person. It doesn't matter if it's he, she, them, they. You're talking to the other person. If you are reading like a story or something, right, you would have to specify sometimes, oh, this is that character. And usually they use names instead. So this character did this. This person did this. And there's a cultural aspect for he, she, they, them as well. Oftentimes they default, a lot of times Japanese culture prefer to refer to the person by name and at a distance too. Hence the, Maku-san or Proko-san. And yeah, pronouns are not very common when you're speaking to obvious dialogue exchange. And you get none of those contexts in Duolingo. Duolingo is purely contextless when it comes to situational awareness. And Japanese suffers for that. For most people, especially coming from a, like, this is what other people would agree, and I would agree with them, that English and Spanish, for example, do that fairly often, and Japanese does not. And Chinese actually does do that. So Chinese do specify pronouns quite a bit, but their pronouns are not gender specific. That's kind of phrase, but they still use subjects. In Japanese, a lot of the common phrases do not. So you're implying it. So in the future, you're basically saying, oh, well, who could possibly say it? He, she, they, them, or I. And in Duolingo, most of the time, if you're given the option, you can use any of those subjects. So as in, like, if somehow, for some reason, which doesn't happen very often, if it says he, like if your choices are he, she, I, and all you got is water or something like water please, or like water please, you could put I, he, she, or them likes water please, because it can be any of them. There's not enough context. So for Duolingo, that is something very disagreeable. The structure that Duolingo has, in my opinion, is prototypically based on Spanish and English. So when they, like, quote unquote clone their approach to Japanese, that's where all the criticisms come from when it comes to Japanese language learners, because there are idiosyncrasies in Japanese that fundamentally do not, for lack of a better word, but fundamentally do not coincide with Spanish or English. And since we're translating, like, since Duolingo focuses on translation, you fill in the blanks. So you have to elevate, you have to use your own judgment call as an English speaker and infer those things. And when you're like, in my opinion, when I started out looking and listening to people talk, I infer all that. And that's it kind of alleviates that problem. But there's a big catch. I'm used to omitting subjects because my parents omit things. Like, for example, the helping verbs, right? In English, they're optional. In for my parents. My parents don't use helping verbs. And Japanese rarely use what I would say very much helping verbs. They don't like say I've been doing something. It's just I'm progressively doing something. Like there's no actual term, like it's not a separate element. It's built into the same like word or something. Meanwhile, English, you would kind of see two components, right? Is, doing. So you have is doing. Oh, I bet that didn't help you learn language. It was fine. I help you. Oh, the helping verb. Yeah. So, here's a thought. Here's a higher order thought, Procol. Think of it as if you're a physicist and you keep having to say, oh, that's made of 16 electrons, 10 neutrons, and 36 quarks, you're basically only saying that's an atom. And you're inferring the rest. Japanese has a higher order when it comes to pronoun context, like pronouns and helping verbs. As in, they don't waste, you could say they don't take extra time to indicate that. You're smart enough to do so in context. In Chinese, hear me out, Procol. I'm not saying you should learn Chinese as well. I'm even surprised you're interested in learning Japanese. But, or like right now, really. For Chinese, Procol, for Chinese, when you say 说, I'll write it in pinyin. 说, right? 说. 说 means speak, to speak, speaking, spoke, have spoken, to be speaking, to be spoken, had said, must say, like it means all of the things. This is it. That's it. So when you go and learn something in isolation in Chinese, your first thought is, okay, I'm just gonna say this is speak. And that's it. And as in English, when you're thinking about English, you're saying every possible version of speak is encapsulated into this. And it's not even this. It's a very specific character of this because there are more than one 说. So the 说 that I'm typically referring to is wait, at least I think that's it. Oh no. I think it's suit. Well, the principal character is this. I need to, oh, hang on. Here's the daily bot. I gotta ban the daily bot. That reminds me I'm reading chat from Twitch, you know? One too many relationships, yeah. So, in Chinese, in other languages, it's really refreshing. So you could kind of say, oh, this is going to be terrifying. I know what this is going to sound. I actually made this relationship yesterday at the end when you were asleep. I was assuming you were asleep by the time I said this. But you could imagine, since English is a descriptor language, right? It has a really funny parallelism to being physics. And we're not implying superiority or anything. And then when I think of like chemistry, I actually literally made this relationship as an analogy. It's not a perfect analogy, but this is Japanese. Chemistry is Japanese. And Chinese is bio. So whenever I think about the sentence, how the level of like the meta level that you require when it comes from the English, the explicit nature, the descriptive nature of English, abandon a lot of those things for Japanese, and then even more so abandon them. Not abandon them in the sense of abandon them figuratively, abandon them literally. So is there. That phrase has is he, she, them. But you gotta work with the chemistry here. It's built in. It's built into their phrasing. Somewhere in there magically has an is, he, she, them. And then when you get even higher, it's like, yeah, you could spend the whole time describing all the atoms, but in Chinese, it's one term. That's it. The one term encapsulates all the things you know about the English. So the English, and it's an elegant form. I really I already asked you this. Have you watched the movie Arrival? That's probably what I'm thinking about in linguistics. So when you're thinking about like this, right? Like, I'll give you a synopsis. It's about an alien encounter, and it's about linguistics. So the alien would have this type of language. And what do you see in this type of language? Well, in comparison to like say English, this represents like a whole paragraph. But you wouldn't know until you know the syntax and stuff. And that's kind of where Japanese and Chinese kind of makes me appreciate a movie like Arrival a lot more now, because I could not read these characters. And now I'm like looking at this character, it's like honestly, for me, I'm gonna sound like a biologist in a moment. I think having these characters is like, yeah, I don't need English. Yes, like a coding language. Yeah, so the higher order you get, right? The higher order you get, the more things are implicit, right? You have a lot of implicit things or context specific things. And the lower order you get, the more explicit you have to become. And for helping verbs and pronouns, Japanese is implicit. It's very implicit. Like, I'm not even sure. Okay, this is fine though. The subject's actually here. So there's no pronoun here to be in. The subject, the topic is Nihon. It's the topic is in Japan, so that doesn't really help here. Anyways, is that from my viewpoint, like English, Japanese, and Chinese are analogous physics? Yes, from our shared viewpoint, because I would consider that both of us are primary English users. From our viewpoint, it actually, I think one of the embracers, like when that moment that clicks for Japanese and Chinese is like appreciating how condensed while being exacting that Japanese and Chinese can be, without all the pedantic nature of English. I think that's one of the elegance. I'm not saying that it's bad or good that English is more pedantic than Japanese or English. I mean, than Japanese or Chinese. But at the same time, it's kind of really cool that you can learn a language and that language communicates very fundamentally different, and now you can communicate in 2 different ways or 3 different ways, and it gives you an appreciation for what the possibilities of a written language can look like, especially with kanji and Hanzi. It's almost like a party trick, in my opinion. You know, you're going around, you're talking, it's like, oh hey, genki desu ka? Oh, 好久不见哦. You know, you just like say what again? It's like, oh, I was just saying how are you? It's been a long time. But I actually said it in Japanese and Chinese. Japanese first and Chinese after. So it's one of those like fun parlor tricks, but at the same time it feels very rewarding when you can be comfortably using pleasantries and whatnot. You don't have to always speak in them. It's not like boasting or something. It's so refreshing that you can express something some other way fundamentally, right? Fundamentally express it in a different way. It's like taking your physics and finding physics 2.0. More like physics alternative. So what do you call physics alternative? You know, physics 1, and then no, physics, oh, we can't make it like a serial thing. So it's like, you know, physics stuff versus physics stuffs or something. I don't know. Your dad put on something in your IDE for Python, so you have to do more explicit for it to run? Yes. Yes. Oh, interesting. You have to be more explicit in Python? What were you using before? He places a lot of value on good coding habits. Wait, what were you using before? You had a higher language than Python? Python is pretty high already. It's pretty dang implicit. Like, there's so many conveniences about Python. Oh, are you talking about the spacing thing? No. That's just syntax. Really? Good and bad ends up having so much implicit meaning when people say it, so much so that it often becomes a very nebulous description of something. Exactly. Yeah, that's perfectly fine though. You can qualify it, and qualifying the nebulous description, that's what we're doing, right, Procol? We gotta fist pound that you know, that's where the fun begins. The nuances are so deep nowadays. It is because of their nebulous descriptors. Like English is English in pocket situations. English have acquired the same feeling when learning Japanese. So if you're going up to a Japanese person, you know, like from our perspective, the English to the Japanese, you might be thinking, oh yeah, but okay, so I need to worry about context. Okay, so if this is context, I'll just say this. It's like, okay, like, wow, that feels so different. And all the while, a lot of people think in a vacuum a lot of times, in my opinion, say, oh yeah, English is so much easier because you don't have to do these things or worry about these things. Like, oh really? And my first thought is, just because you don't talk or encounter about these things doesn't necessarily mean they don't exist. Usually nuance, confusion, and context specificity, and this is not a two-way streak here, is correlated with the number of users, the number of different users. So in essence, if you wanted to universally understand English, it is far more nuanced, largely because everyone has an opinion. In Japanese, one of the more elegant things is, while it is context specific, it's so disciplined. It's so well disciplined because 99.9 of the rules and standardizations feel like physics. So hear me out. Japanese is a great combination of the physics side of things and the bio side of things. It's kind of, if you get my drift, kind of like a chemistry. If you know, it's a balance between the context heavy nature of Chinese and the explicit nature of English, but not the ridiculously ambivalent, obtuse diversity of English. They rejected that because, you know, Japan is solidarity, and then they're like, no, we're not gonna go that hard on that end too, like Chinese, in my opinion. So I almost feel, in terms of the coding language, I actually find that Japanese is kind of like Python for me. English is like assembly. English is assembly, and then Chinese, MATLAB. Chinese is like MATLAB. It goes so hard into one end that it's pretty much good, excellent at that one end, and then you know how good it is when you're using it for that one end. But at the same time, like, it doesn't quite have a wider like appeal like Python. So that's kind of how I feel. Like English is assembly. Like that I feel that is what like it's not good. It's not like excellent. It's not clear cut. It's because it's like a mess, right? It's a mess. Python, there's some elegance to it while also offer implicit context. So that it's a great natural ending point. It's almost as though I'm asking people to use Japanese as like a precursor, but not really. It's my relative experience. Like I don't have any other languages to compartmentalize this, right? Spanish, you might as well throw it into like a what's Spanish? Spanish is JavaScript. if English is assembly, Spanish is JavaScript. That's where we're gonna go. And then when you get to French, that's like French is like a proprietary gaming engine or something, like a proprietary we take lots of influence from things, but we make it French. It's a proprietary thing, so you have to break into it in a proprietary way. Oh man, I can think of fantastic skits. I should really start writing some skits, like humor, not for basic humor thing, because I got some really funny analogies. They're not meant to be serious, by the way, so I apologize in advance if anyone's watching this who thinks Japanese, differently, French, Chinese. I actually quite love all the languages I'm learning. There's no like superiority or inferiority between them. But when it comes to comedy, it's fun to exaggerate, which ironically is far more appealing to content creation than what I normally sound like, which is realistic and grounded. Realistic and grounded sounds very boring, safe, political, and whatnot. But occasionally I get a little sassy and speak this way, so future apologies. But French is proprietary software. If you have to like learn, I equate French to that company when you join, and you have to use that specific fork of assembly. That is French. So it is assembly, but assembly is a mess. Assembly is like open source mess. And then French is that proprietary, curated, esoteric, messy, what appears messy from the outside, but it's proprietarily curated version of the open source assembly mess that is English. That's kind of how I feel about it. Like English is like everyone's got like their input, right? Let's jam some more stuff into it. And then French is like no, guys. We have to be strategic about this. We're going to make it look messy and difficult, but we're going to be strategic about making it the special type of messy, on brand. So French is like an on brand assembly where there's a chaos, an order to the chaos. Assembly is like everyone eventually has to use it because that's just what everyone uses, right? For like corporate infrastructure and whatnot. Like everyone, you just got to learn it. So, and then it just like embrace the mess, embrace the chaos. Here you go, guys. Everyone has a say in how you use assembly. Here you go. It's the default. In one way, you might even argue that English is also JavaScript, but then we have a competing language that also has this. Everyone has a say in it, and that's Spanish, right? So, and then assembly tends to be a little bit more corporate. And then JavaScript is like, more siesta and a little looser, a little happier. Spanish. Good job, Spanish. You are JavaScript. English is assembly. French is a proprietary assembly fork. And then we have Japanese, which I like to give them the Python position. Chinese, totally MATLAB. Or MATLAB, R, whatever is very highly specialized because they believe that is the most efficient way. Like, it has to be, and we're not talking about the function of MATLAB, but the philosophy of MATLAB. Basically, oh, this is so good when you know how it works and you're using it for its intended purpose. But it's so unadulteratedly potentially lack of personality. And it makes so much sense because the Chinese culture is predicated on pragmatism. So like, and the stereotype here is I chose MATLAB because math. I mean, I grew up with Chinese parents. You gotta be good at math. I was mediocre at math, so I kind of got an Asian F every once in a while in math. So that's fine, I suppose. Right now, that seems racist. No, that's fine. It's a joke. The reverse racist card. In Japanese, it's trendy now. I think Japanese is very trendy now, and that's why I'm thinking of Python, because Python is trendy. It's not like it's new or something, but it's trending. It's showing that Python is like kind of a nice entry point where it blends the two. So I feel like it's as appealing as Japanese now is. Python doesn't have the most users, right? Python doesn't have the most users. Japan doesn't have. And despite that, Python has a disproportionate trend compared to its body of users. What does that sound like? Japanese has a disproportionate increased number of learners compared to its source, Japan, the population of Japan. And meanwhile, you have like Spanish and English, like they're proportional to their users a lot of times. And French, jeez. I can't say too much about French because I don't know enough about French. But and then Chinese is like in their own bubble, you know. They're in their own bubble. You don't even know how many people use MATLAB at this point. Like what I mean is MATLAB comes up when MATLAB is needed. You don't speak about MATLAB when you don't use MATLAB. Could you think of an analogy to Python having a recent spike of users due to it being the go-to for AI? I don't think it's a coincidence that it is the go-to for AI, actually. I started with Python, by the way, so I'm a little bit biased. Python was the biology for me. Like, then I dabbled in like lower language, but Python was the entry point. It's the bio entry point. So like, when I think about this, Python is that thing where you hit this, and you either go up or down. You can go, you know, to a higher order, right? You can go to a higher order or lower order from Python. So it splits. So when you're learning, it has a balance between higher order and lower order. It's kind of like the gateway, right? Is what I feel. Then you can like, I don't know, C++. Then you can assembly, I suppose, somewhere. And then a higher order would be, I don't know, a proprietary gaming engine, possibly like Unity. A lot of times for the kids who like to code in for what was the other one? The Go? What was the Godot? Yeah, Godot. How do you spell Godot? Like this? So it goes up this way. Java is probably a little closer to Python. JavaScript. Pretty interesting. We're still talking about language, so I'm not cheating here. I'm just saying. Although now I really do have to complete my list. We're gonna move along here. I bet there's a good analogy one could make about those languages in terms of OS. I already have, yeah, I already used that before as well. Yeah. Quintessentially, it I would say at this point, you would say you would think I would ascribe English to Windows, but English is like Linux now. French is Windows. Chinese is Apple. Chinese is Apple. Japanese is SteamOS. Or Chromium. And yeah, I think I covered. Oh, Spanish? Oh, that's a good point. I didn't put Spanish. Spanish is a fork of Linux. Spanish is a fork of Linux. So if you like Ubuntu, that's Spanish. Spanish is Ubuntu. And then English is Linux, because everyone has an input on Linux. Linux have so many forks because it's open source. And then one of the good forks, another collection of good forks or different forks, is Ubuntu. So Spanish. And then Windows is like that messy-ish thing, but still proprietary. That is French, because Windows is related to Linux. Now, Apple gets the crown for Chinese because they're in the bubble of their own. They if they want to do something with their language, they just do it. Like that's Chinese. They're really ironed out, MATLAB-y about their thing. One brand fits all. You get on the board. And then Japan is the edgy thing. Japan is the edgy thing that's trending right now. And that's SteamOS. It is the thing that is balancing between Linux and what they dislike about Windows. And there's a hot take, but it's coming soon. There's high regards for a potential SteamOS that's in fruition. It's that one that where generally people are viewing it from a really specific point, like gaming, Japan, for Xbox, for regular use, for like the Steam, like Valve's hardware, like Steam Decks and stuff. But they're gonna transition into supporting all the other things. So the SteamOS is coming around the corner, and it's the trendy fork of combining, trying to bridge Windows gaming, right, things on the Microsoft platform, while elevating the Linux fork. So, and it's really trendy right now, and it's very wishful thinking. It's kind of niche, but it also has a huge cult following, disproportionate to its adoption. Japanese. SteamOS. It was difficult to place where Japanese was before, until recently. This is only a recent development about the SteamOS, largely due to the popularity of the Steam Deck, right? And the garnered constant dialogue like, oh, I really like this. Why can't it be like a full operating system? So then I don't have to like boot Windows and stuff. And it's based on a Linux platform, so yeah. That's so one of the best, arguably one of the most applicable trendy forks of Linux, SteamOS. And that's Japanese. So yeah, analogy is on board. And if you're wondering how I got these analogies, I usually think of markets. What is what is one of the most consistent markets for Apple? It's not the US. Because the US is actually Android. So if you're talking about like mobile devices and stuff, which is one of the biggest sectors of Apple, it's China. In fact, right to this day, my mother still has an iPhone. I don't have an iPhone. I usually, the most interaction with Apple products I have is with my parents. They both have iPads, and I use a Pixel. So the Chromium browser, but Chromium like Google Android and stuff has kind of like trended slightly out of favor when it comes to OS opportunity, but Steam OS is rising, and it's usually glowing promises and really wonderful. People are very, even though it's a small group and they're often self-selected, that's what Japanese is like. They're self-selected, very passionate, incredibly serious, and often favorable towards the culture and language. So OS, got it. You're saying this because you feel guilty of causing it, but we got to get back to study. Yeah, we're good. We're good. All right. But yes, absolutely. So many parallelisms, right? That is like right on the nose. I'm basically cheating for the OS thing, largely because the OS thing has fundamental statistics of adoption, right? There's quite a lot of fundamental statistics of adoption when it comes to what OS is popular. Like, for example, right now Japan is still on an island of its own. Figuratively, I know that was a pun, but figuratively, when it comes to like preferences, like Sony products are still competitive with, and like Samsung forks of Android are still competitive with like Apple products like iOS and Android. So there's quite a lot of things in a mobile front where it kind of represents that analogy I was making. Chinese is nearly exclusively Apple, if they could. But hear me out. They did one even better now. Now that China is in their own fork, it's no longer Apple iOS because they already took all they need to create their own. So now it's more like whatever it forked into, the Oxygen and stuff, you know, like the Huawei and Huawei dealy stuff now. So they've already like closed the gates, right? They call the shots. Closed ecosystem. Shh. China's closed ecosystem. Closest thing you got is Apple at the moment. By the way, if you're interested in these types of analogy, I often go down a rabbit hole, Procol. You were talking about AI art before, or AI generated stuff. I like one way that I like how people are creatively making use of AI in a like a constructive way is how they're using AI art, like in AI art, how they're using the AI art to create new meanings and associations. So the thing that I'm talking about, like creating like representing iOS in the form of ideology or language and stuff, they do that with art too. Like, what do countries look like as animals? Or what do countries look like as cup of a beverage? And then I kind of like that creative process where how do you represent, and before it was done manually, right? There's some people who out there who, like, you were playing Overwatch, you mentioned. I remember watching this artist do, what do all the Overwatch characters look like as a cup or as a mug? And that's one thing that I do watch from time to time when someone has a whole channel dedicated to what do countries' flag looks like as swords from high fantasy. I'm like, that's an interesting interpretation of the American flag as a sword. And that's what we're doing here. I think that's pretty fun to creatively think about from time to time, drawing analogies, but also doing them in a creative way that can be fairly quick. Obviously, you can still draw all these things, but that's why this is very fun to do. It tickles my neurons when it comes to trying to draw patterns between things in a collective space, like categorical space. All right. For real now. We're good. All right. It's so much fun. Like, what is Brazil as an animal? I'm not creative like that. Like, I'm not creative enough yet. So whenever I see an AI tool, I'm like, can you help me? Like, can this AI tool like jumpstart, spark my creativity? And I enjoy that application of art, of using AI tools. It generates a commitment to starting a skill, not to guide a skill or to substitute for a skill. Because I believe, in my opinion, one of the foreseeable dangers, or like, what is the answer to the question on your screen? Oh, okay, I see how it is. All right, we're done.
苦しむ
Kurushimu. Wait. By the way, this means suffer, Rokal. Suffer under the weight of my diatribe. Okay.
Nigate.
Nigate. These two are really negative words. What was this? To be hard, like hard to deal with, hard to deal with, or something. That's the essence of it. So immediately we had to suffer and hard to deal with. Congratulations. All your fault, Rokal. Alright. Spirit Sword. Whoops. I hit the wrong. Oh, wait. No. First, sorry. First. Wrong keyword. I hope you know it's because I've distracted you that I want you to go back to site, not because I don't want you to keep on chatting. Oh, alright. That's an excellent clarification.
Kakudo.
Remember our discussion about angel and angle? Right here. Whoops. Kuroi. Wait.
Karui.
Arui. At some point, Procall, it really just comes down to if we remember what we talked about. Because if two people talked so long, I would have probably integrated an opportunity to bring up an allusion to something we talked about. So if we keep covering random, like large breadths of topics, right? Or fundamentally intersecting topics that underlie most of our actions, then at any point in time, I would be able to say, hey, remember this discussion that we talked about? Because we probably talked about it, and this, and this, and this. So at some point, it would become more of the norm than the exception. I think that's a great indicator that we need our space. We need to have time alone apart from each other. That sounded weird, but I was trying to be weird about it. Like, we might need to take some time away from each other, you know?
病院。
Going. Te-
決定
Okay. Oh, public. Whoops, I can't spell public. I don't want to talk about it.
食べ物。
Tabemono. Dot. Well played. Well played. Shuhatsu? No. Shoot. Atsu? Ay, ay, ay. Oh, wait. Let's stop guessing. Oh, it's right. Shih Tzu. It's gotta shorten, right? Shoot, Patsu. Why do I keep thinking this has to be Shoot Patsu? What is going on? All right, we gotta write this down. So, exit plus exit plus departure, right? It's still departure, and I like to think it's shoot, and it gets shortened. Can't be Shutsupatsu, no. And then Hatsu. So did I not type Shupatsu? Joking, you know what you mean. I was planning on this being the last stream you joined for a while, so it's good that we both realized that the problem has been arose recently in our interactions. Well, I mean, I was gonna go as far as when your spring break becomes like, you know, you're on break. Have you decided to do something else with your spring break too? What else? What else? Do you have anything planned, or is your spring break? How long is your spring break actually? How much time do you have? I could have sworn this is Shupatsu. Shoot. I might have. Maybe I typoed. There's no other way. There's no other way it can be anything else.
出発
What did I type before? I did shoot Patsu as intended, but it was marked wrong. So then I tried shoot Batsu, which doesn't make any sense. Let's see. I might have typed B. Maybe I did. Oh no. I don't know what I typed. I should have checked. 7 to the 27th of April. Wow, your spring break is long. Dang, that's some spring break, man. I don't know what I typed incorrectly there, so yes. This is still like leave or departure. Okay.
Akari.
Akari. Monogatari.
物語
Monogatari.
Bu
Boot. Group, club, apartment. Drunkard. Okay.
部屋
Yeah, special. Saber separate. That's it. Stand.
視点 進める
Susumeru. That's possible, but it's less ambiguous. Oh, but what's a less ambiguous thing? To continue to progress? To advance something? To progress. What are you? What do you want from me? Like she's suing us back. That's what's less ambiguous. Okay. Yeah, because they want to separate between transitive and intransitive. This is transitive. Okay, that's fine.
道路
Dodo.
角
Kaku. Excuse me? It's oh, it's to wait. To do without, to be without, to get this black. Okay, let's read this. Banana. Okay, banana banana dake no tabe. Oh no, not tabe. What is it? Shoku. Shokji wa. That shokji wa. Shokji wa. What the heck? Baransu. The heck is baransu? What does that sound like? Baransu o... Oh, balance? Baransu o... kaite iru to omoi desho. I think it's... I think it'd be thought this was lacking, but maybe not. Lacking balance with banana. Okay, so banana is a balance food. Okay, no. What? It's kind of hard to know. I think you can do you can do without. You can do without it. Without banana? Ah. Yeah, it's just to lack something, right? Okay. Now I don't remember to be without. What is that? Is it nakasu or something? Probably nagasu. Yeah, nagasu. Or to be without. So this says something about, I think, food. I don't know what the baransu mean. Like how does that work with? I think to lack, to be lacking. I think there is a lack of balance with foods. with banana foods. Hold on, no, I'm very curious. Hold up. something is off with my relationship in this sentence. Oh, only. That is the missing word. I think a diet of only bananas is unbalanced. Oh, okay. I'm like, I think it's like, I think. Oh, and this is diet. Oh yeah, it can be interpreted as diet. That's right. So I think it's like lacking balance. So I think lacking balance with foods that have banana in it. I'm like, what is dake? So it's only, I think, a diet or food, like diet of bananas is unbalanced. Okay. Only would have linked things together. Okay. Okay. Is that one okay? That one's gonna be fine.
売り上げ
우리에게
勝ち
같이 this is okay. 야크. Okay. Oops. I just immediately typed Chinese and typed Gao. Gao. Gao 1. Okay.
高度
Kodo. Altitude.
当て字
Deji. Yoko.
ひらがな
Hiragana.
ページ
Deji. Tabako. Oops.
楽しみ
Anoshimi.
発音
Atsuon.
「鉄人
Tetsujin. Yeah, farm. Farm.
農場
Nojo. Oh no, this is arakaji. Arakajime.
あらかじめ
Remember from yesterday's debacle.
進む
Susumu. This is the intransitive.
予定
Yote.
「返す
Guys. Does this change at all? I don't think so.
速度
Sokudo.
人間
Ningen. Okay. things are going fairly smoothly today. After our wild 3-hour chit chat, I'm feeling pretty loose. In fact, I might just we're gonna. Okay, so I had problems with this, right? Fall. Oh no.
落ちる
Ochiru. Yesterday I got stuck on this too, a little bit. Okay. So this is accept. Oh, I got stuck on this yesterday as well, a little bit. Right? Yeah, because this one is special. Uketsuke,
受付
a reception. This. Either. That's fine. We covered that up from yesterday. Not bad. Right away. Nani kore? So, if you're getting womp-womped, what happens when you get womp-womped? What happens when you get sick? Kono hi ga ataranai. No, tada? Tada tanai. No. That tada? No. Right? Ataranai. Ataranai. Apato. Apato ni sunde tara. Shin ga sick. When you get sick, what happens? It's not sick. Maybe sick of what? Definitely not Byo. Let's write this down. We have sick plus move. Not nah. This is to get sick. Oh, I remember what it is now. Wow, just typing it made me remember it.
病む
Yamu. Get sick for the Yankees games, you know? Get sick to avoid Yankee games. Yamu. To have it out for the Yankees. Okay. Wait, what? Oh, release? Nani? Oh.
次
Ski. Ski. Wait, what? Oh,
馬力
Bariki. Okay.
Yomu
Yomu.
気持ち
Kimochi. The heck? Oh, wait. No. Okujo.
屋上
Oops.
金持ち
Kanemochi.
何日
Nannichi.
地下鉄
Shikatetsu. Ne? Not that. It's definitely not that.
「仮に
Arini. Okay. Oh no. Oh no. Which one is it? Hold up. Okay. This one is yes. Yes. Wait. What? What? Oh. Whoa. Oh.
見事
Migoto. Migoto. Yes. Yes. Yes.
配る
Ubaru. Excuse me? Oh no. Oh no. Something. Oh. Oban this. The heck is Oban? Obun this. Hamonaku? No. Mamonaku? Somehow I feel like this is Mamonaku.
まもなく
Mamonaku. Oh. I still don't understand what the heck. Mamonaku Oban desu? Oban.
"読み方
Yukata.
売れる
Ureru. Excuse me? Wait. To be sold? Intransitive. Oh, that's right. The reru for rare. I should have looked at the particle in the context clue, actually. I mean, the context sentence.
農民
No. Oh, here's our word. Shinpai.
心配肉
電鉄
Dentetsu. Uketoru. This is to do without.
欠かす
Akasu. Are you different? Yes. You this is yeah.
仕事
Shigoto.
入学試験
Nyugashiken. Oh, what the heck is this? Are we still going with sick? Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Halfway? Jeez. Oh, how long did we talk? Oh, we got more reviews. We got like 15 more reviews after this because it's past 7 p.m. Are we gonna cut Spanish out again? No. I think that Spanish is getting cut out too often. Let's see. Concentrate.
"集中する
Choo choo suru.
集める
集める
私鉄
ステッツ
当たり
当たり uh-oh. He decided. What are we? Not that. Not that. Not that. Is this my only, I feel like this isn't my only... So we have to be decided and to decide, right? Decide is... Oh, kimeru. Decide is... to decide is kimeru. This is to be decided, so... Still related. Right? It's the me, ma things.
決まる
To be decided. Okay. I think that is definitely a worthy. So decide plus ma plus do. Be decided. We knew that as much, and it's key. Kimaru. Got stuck on the key to everything. What the heck am I looking at? Oh,
はじめに
hajime. What? Kai, is that not the answer? Oh, wait. It... What? What am I typing? Oh, isn't it the coat? I could have sworn it's coat. So... No, that can't be. Bamboo. That's answer. That's gotta be answer. But...
Is this not onyomi? Okay. All right. So what we got? What do we call that? Revolve. Revolve plus answer, or even return. So that's a reply. Kai. This is a different read. And I'm not even sure if it's onyomi. I think this is a kun, right? When you get an answer, it's you take, yeah, to, kaito. I think the to is special.
回答
Kaito. Why? Answer, reply. Oh. Oh, it's the other one. Wait. Where's the kanji composition? Yeah, kota. Kota is the onyomi. Oh, kota is a kunyomi. Okay. Okay. That's why I screwed up. So, yeah. So no, it's not. The missing thing was because I thought kota was onyomi. Okay. This is different, right? This was different. Subete?
すべて
Subete. Subete. でも ain't no way. No.
使用
使用 use application in yeah. Oh, wrong thing. What? I think I might have typed typo. Let's try that again. What? Oh, I'm reading the thing. No, wait. What? What? Hold up. Oh, wait. I think I've been typing the kunyomi the whole time. No, wait. Oh, wait. This does use the kunyomi, doesn't it? Bango satsu. Alright. I'm making an assumption here that's not working. What do we have? Number in a series. Wait. Wait, are those both numbers? This is a number tag, right? Tag. That's a number tag. Oh, wait. I can figure this out. I can figure this out. Shouldn't have a problem with this. It's kind of aggravating. I'm pretty sure I had a typo. Let's try again. It's not Satsu, but Bango Uta. Uta.
番号札
Okay, I must have typed something. Maybe I typed Bango Uta? There is a chance I didn't type Da. Or I could have typed Ba or something. I don't understand what I missed the first time. And then it made me think of Satsu, because if it wasn't Buddha, then it's Satsu. But the first one was definitely an attempt to type Fuda. Well, I'm not so sure if this is a problem or not. That's up in the air. I don't know what I typed. Whoops. Certainly not what I was thinking. I definitely didn't type what I was thinking. I have a feeling I got this wrong before.
集金
No, okay, it's fine. Too keen.
Arata
Arata. Relationship. Ain't no way that is it. Is it? Naku? No. This is a shore wind. Daksho. Sounds kind of weird. Oh no, but that should work.
楽勝
Yeah, Daksho. Easy win. What they want. Easy win. Why do I not think that? No, this is I need a different one, right?
保持する
Ojiする
からし
嵐
時々
Idoki メールが return This is right? 帰ってくる帰ってくるまで会社にいます
帰る
ね
向け
えlike to cater to like what is it that's not the word they use to appropriate for to cater to it's not the word to suit something. Oh, what is the specific phrase that I use? Made for? Oh, it might be like made for. Okay.
線路
Sendo.
Bakasu
Akasu. Uh-oh. What? Oh, wait. Or to bewitch, not to be bewitched. To bewitch.
秒
Yo.
日本酒
Nihonshu. Mm.
Nagetsukeru
Nagetsukeru.
Hiniku
Iniku.
Miyokuru
Miyokuru.
Tanoshimu
Tanoshimu.
typo.
苦い
Nigai.
今度
Kondo. Uh,
発売中
Hatsubai to. Blah blah blah. Hatsubai to. What are we going for here? Oh,
何千
Nanzen.
Kanji
Kanji. Ooh. Hmm.
出会う
They out. Uh.
発見
Hakken.
買い物
Aimono. Ooh. I think this is different, right? It's sa. Oh, typo.
早速
Satsoku. Which is what? Fast, early. Oh,
缶
fun. What? Oh. Right. Honto.
本当 病人
Yonin. What? Oh,
気づく
Izuku. Izuku. Attach energy, right? Realize, notice. Oh, we're getting there. We're getting there. It's fine. It's fine. This is fine. I'm not tired. You're tired. Okay. And okay.
天使
Tenchi. Angel. Map of angel and angle in the same review cluster. You know.
路地
Roji. Oops. Ah! Alley. Alley or dirt road.
顔
Oh. Fast. Fast. We comparing? Oh.
比べる
比べる Speaking of science,
進化
進化 evolution.
一箇所
Not sure. Ah, the typo.
乗り場
Noriba. Okay, this is sightseeing.
見物
And boots. Okay. Right.
映る
Doo-doo.
Bubu 部分
Buboon.
台所
Daidokoro. Oh no. I think this is. Wait. I always have to pause on body parts because they tend to violate things. They tend to be special. Kupi would be so convenient. Oh no, that's not onyomi though. What's the onyomi for neck? If we're gonna go, or I could go kun. Oh no. Okay. Or this could be onkun. Oh my gosh, fukubi. Does that sound okay? That doesn't sound okay. Wait, what is this supposed to mean? A group neck. Oh. Oh yeah, this is radical. Right. Yeah. Wait. Group and a neck. Okay, this one's definitely weak. Most of the body part ones are pretty weak. So we have group plus neck, right? The neck. I want to say I'm torn. I'm even torn on the definition of this. So I want to say it's... I can't think of what system is. And I can't think of what radical is. Or it's hazy. Radical and system are hazy, largely because it goes off the neck property, right? No, system doesn't go off. This is probably radical. Yeah, we're going with the radical. And it's a different read of neck. The mnemonic for radical is like, oh yeah, you know, we got lots of things, but things just go down the chute, right? Yeah, radical chute. So I think who stays the same and it's bushu. Ah, no. Oh wait, that was a typo. Fine.
ブッシュ
Bushu. I typed who instead of boo. Bushu. I almost lost it there. I almost flipped the table. Okay, so
All right. I think this is the only time I've used shoot so far. So we have group neck. I was kind of 80-20 on the radical. And then oop, no change. And it's a normal thing, but shoot is a weak one because it's we haven't used it too often. Right, so boost shoot. Okay. Got some weak ones going in today. Oh, Honmono?
本物
Oh no. What? Oh, real thing. Sure. Living thing, real thing. Okay.
自分
Good. What? Oh, wait. What? Hold up. Oh, I typed the wrong.
名車
That was a typo. uh, okay. The heck am I carrying? Oh.
次第
Okay.
ちょうどいい
Odoi.
売り切れ
Urikire. Oh, whoops. Um. Kaotsuki. That sounds fine.
顔つき
Kaotsuki. Wait, what does this like to attach to expression. Kaotsuki.
Hen
And I remember from yesterday.
農業
Nogyo. What? Oh,
安売り
Yasuri. Mm-hmm. Boy. Oh,
集中
YouTube.
泳ぎ
Onyogi.
心持ち
Kokoromochi.
売り手
Urite. hold. Um,
試す
Amesu. Okay.
使い方
Gaikata.
気持ちいい
Kimochi.
文字通り
Mojidori. Mojidori. The heck is Mojidori? This one was weird, right? Oh, literally. What? Oh, think.
考える
Kangaru. Or to think, like to think to do something, or like, how does this, how do they translate? To have thoughts, to think of something, to, to remember, to have a thought, to remember, I guess, to remember. What? Wait, hold up. Kangaeru. To be, to have. What other way could you, to consider? To contemplate? What do you want? To think of something, to think about? What? Oh my gosh, just to think about. To think about something, to consider something. Oh, I had to consider as well. Oh, I could. Okay, I'm gonna use to consider from now on. Oh, but to contemplate. Ah, okay. All right.
病気 ちょうど
Nodo. Help me.
決定する
Etesuru. Send help. Wait. I feel like we already did this. Do we not? Doing. Returning. Return to. Nan desu ka? Tasukete. Okay, alright. No, dame. Dame. So that's Kae. Oh, this is special. Shikaeshi.
仕返し
Shikaeshi. No, what the heck? Doing returning? Just returning. Exchange? The heck is this nonsense? Yeah, I don't remember this one. Well, I'm having trouble with this one. So what is this? Doing return. Gee. So could be an adverb or an adjective, or probably adverb. And this is definitely, yeah, shikaishi. What do you sound like? Oh, that doesn't help. Shikaishi shitainai. Nanka. So what did you do? Makatsuku kara. Mukatsuku kara. I mean, kara. I think. Oh, I figured this out off this actually. Hold up. Nanka. I feel like yesterday I figured this out through looking at the context. Return doing. Oh yeah, returning what is done. Oh yeah. I remember this. Oh, that's still weak though. That's one that I would say it's probably gonna be yeah, getting even. Yeah, I typed revenge for my catalog. What are we up to now? We're up to 9 things that are kind of weak. 6 too long. Too long.
Sando.
Ando. Oh, and Yamamichi works too here. Oh, wait. Oh, okay. That was a typo.
負け犬
Makeinu.
頭
Atama.
Nyusho.
Yusho. What happens when you accept a test? Oh, like picking. What? Oh, that was a typo. Oh my gosh, typo. What? Oh, that is what I typed. Doesn't apply. That doesn't apply. Oh. I've been typing the wrong thing from my head.
受験
I keep typing goo instead of Jew. Jeez.
西
生物学
生物学 Biology
乗り物
乗り物
転がす
転がす Got 56 more to go. Let's go.
話
話
要点
要点 It's an important point or a main point. That's fine. It's fine.
発売
発売
教わる
教わる
実験
実験
体験
体験
世界
世界
思い
思い Oh, I forgot to refresh to have the context. Yeah, it's fine. These should be all review, right? Like review, so we're good. From our these should be old ones. Assumption.
家庭
家庭
かつ
かつ
必勝
一生
泳ぐ
泳ぐ Huh. Why do I want to write? Nope.
二重
20
事実
事実 Okay. Oops. 近道
近道
近道でしょうか
毎度
毎度ちょっとOh, this is not supposed to be bottle.
役場、
役場。
重要、
重要。
勝負、
勝負。Whoops.
つく、
Good.
.実、
実。It's truth or true. Don't even at me. Wait, I didn't add true to that? What? I guess I'll add it when I get back around.
必要、
必要。Oh, this one, yeah. Oh, I got so triggered by this one. Ushino. Oh! Sorry, Ushino.
失う、
Ushino, to lose something.
全部、
Yeah. Oh, whoops. I read that incorrectly.
体重、
Kaiju. The heck is this? Oh, right, body weight. All right. It's a body part. Feel like it's like karakuchi.
辛口、
Okay. Okay.
何度、
Ando. How many degrees, I suppose, works.
1番目、
1番目.
Do.
So, time or degree.
猿、
Aru.
いる、
Iru. Oh, this is Kimeru.
決める、
Kimeru. Oh, that's a typo. It's fine. Tsuryoku.
実力、
Itsuyoku. Wait, is this kana?
かな、
Okay. Tsuki-tsuki?
次々、
Tsuki-tsuki. Tsuki-tsuki. Tsuki-tsuki is one after another.
乗せる、
Noseru. Shikashi.
Kinjo.
Injo.
Kenkyusho.
Enkyusho. Wow.
受ける
Ukeru. Assistant.
助手
Yoshu.
つく
Tsuku. Whoa. Okay. All right. We really hit the afterburners though today. All right. So I have quite a lot of weak ones today. They took too long. Those took too long. Everything else is pretty automatic for the time being. In fact, I don't even think about the. I think around 96% of them. I don't even think about the mnemonics anymore. They've most of them turned over already. All right. All right. So orders, humble, older brother, escalator, drunkard, skin, root, sound, few, simple, blackjack, trash, there. Okay, so what do we have here? Oh, going on reads, right? Dare. Dare. So. Son of a dingus. Naka. Den. Ko. No. I. Te. Sho. Betsu. Ri. Do. Do. Gan. Ho. Chu. Hiro. Shi. Yo. Ho. Toku. I have to check on Toku. That's on, I think. Toku. Toku. Ben. Do. Mi. Alright, let's go over lots of stuff. We have 9 today. That's pretty high. So
omowazu. Omowazu is... The thing is, this is key. Unintentional. Or unintentionally, because of zu. Then we have departure and express. Which departure? I don't know, a bee sting? Oh. Express. What do we have? Hot. Hot. Yo. Very hot. Yo. And what happened with hot pyo? Oh, it's the read. I think I had a typo, and I didn't know I had a typo. When I was typing byo or hyo, maybe hyo was the. This was probably the part that I got hung up on. Exit and departure. Okay. Oh no, wait. This is an announcement. Oh wait, it is. Just kidding. And then we have exit. Exit and departure. Which is shoot. Patsu to patsu. And this might also be the same. I kept typing the wrong thing, maybe? I don't know how I... Yeah, so this is departure. And I think the typo kept happening with patsu. Sick and moo. Oh, this one was a tough. Sick is... dynamite. Oh. That's too. And moo? Now I was having problems with this. So sick. Get sick. And when you're getting sick. I have no... Still weak. Oh, the Yankee thing.
That takes a while. Yamu. Okay, Yamu. Okay. Decide and Maru. Decide. Was it... No, that's next. Is that decide? We'll go with it. Decide. It looks... Yeah, it looks fine. Decide, and I forgot ki. It took a while to get to ki. Imaru. This is to be decided. Revolve and answer. Answer. And this was a special, I messed up. The one hangout was here. So this hangout was here, this hangout was here. The hang up here was, I actually thought Kota, I forgot that Kota is kun. I was looking for the on. It's Kai Kaito. That's answer, reply. Okay. Number tag. Oh boy. Okay. Is that how that... I might need help on this one. Oh yeah, I'm gonna need help on this one. Because I'm having interference with... I'm having interference with traditional. Bango Fuda, which I typed like multiple times and constantly typing the wrong thing. Had me secondhand guessing myself over and over again. I'm gonna guess it looks... no, I think I know. I hope it's this one. I don't know if it's this one. It's probably just this. No, I think it's different. We'll double check this. Oh, ban. Oh, and this might be actually different. It's not a cross. Oh no. I feel like it is a cross. I'll have to check this one. This one sketch. Numbered tag. So on go da. I think it all started with the da, missing the da. Group and neck, right? Which group? It's in neck. And it's because this is a onyomi, right? So, ooh, what was the neck? Shoot. Radical. We have doing, return plus she. Doing. This was special. Return. She. Which is she. Shikaisu. Oh no, shikaishi. Shikaishi is getting even. Revenge. Returning the favor. Alright. We gotta go a couple times, so let's go look. Let's call it. With that. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, I missed 2 strokes. That's why it looks a little weird. I missed the horns. Because it's a sickle. This is a sickle. Sickle. Alright. Well, we digress a little bit more. I really like talking about layers. Ooh, the layer talk is so good. Meta talking is so edgy. Drawing analogies, flipping perspectives. It's such a meta talk. Blair responded to Procall's post. Blair's like, rice and water, my beloved. Yeah, the beginning. The journey. The beginning Japanese journey. Gohan. Gohan to mizu. The beloved. Okay. Yeah. That's a wrap for WaniKani today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. And as always, you are welcome to, drop your little hot takes. Feel free, like discussing. Love the banter. Or feel free to stop by, drop a question, something to discuss. Right. Ask the question, stay for the conversations. I'm gonna get up. Walk around, stretch a little bit, and I'll be back for HanziHero. Until then, for those who are only interested in Japanese, minasan mata ne. Right.
Thank you, thank you. Alright, welcome back everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第101天。It is day 101. Yesterday, we did our 100-day review. Pretty short overall, considering what was being discussed. Had a very enthralling conversation about other things as well. I promise it's related to language learning. I think all of these types of perspective does filter in on how one approaches how to learn things. Okay, so what was yesterday's thing? I think yesterday went pretty well actually. So 起诉 is to sue. And I think the thing to go about is to begin by accusing. I think that was 2 days ago. Not bad. Nothing too outrageous. Okay.
还原
还原. Return to its original state. To restore, that makes sense. 还原. 还原原 oh 还原原 这是什么 machine and it's a group. Do I have
we'll say 还借. Probably a 借. 还借. Something with a bulldog and then oh, that's a weak one right there. What is that? Thai. Something Thai.
还原原始状态。
Oh, 是。还原原始状态 jeez 状态 Oh, that could be kind of tough, but 还原 is self-explanatory right now. Pretty nice.
还原
Yeah.
参观
参观 is yeah, to participate or actually even attend. 观 is observe. Participate to observe. If you want to visit somewhere, you just participate in a trip to that place so you can observe how it is. Okay. I can end up losing translation for that one. 每天有很多人来参观。Okay. 我在中国的时候参观了很多学校。Okay. Makes sense?
参观
Do we have 观 as well? Oh wait, I don't think we have the other 观
感
yet.
情
I think we might have both the 观 感情 to visit reminds me of 观 感情 Let's see, feelings plus feelings. To feel feelings is feelings. Yes. Classic Chinese. Various feelings that you feel. Yes, indeed. 你要先 No. 你会 something 他的感情
你要理解他的感情。
也理解 understand 理解他的感情理解 Okay. Hold back. Oh, I saw that a couple times already. Let's go with 影视自己的感情 Oh, wait. It actually... How did I say hold back? I don't remember.
抑制自己的感情。
抑制 Oh, second 制抑制自己的感情 kind of sucked. Oops.
感情结合
结合 River plus 结合 tie river to combine or tie to fit and not river 和 the heck how do I get river oh it has spray the river has spray 结合 okay 结合 to tie fitting to combine okay something fitted together and maybe also tie it together to combine to integrate 结合 oh I keep forgetting what this is in advance oh wait no we have this now right words oh yes we do 理论 That looks like a space capsule 理论举理论举十 and I don't have that. Sure something. Hey, speaking of our digression about science and practice and application, combine theory with practice. Yeah, 相结合. I don't know what this is.
理论与实践相结合。
见 okay. 理论与 oh, I said 与理论与 oh wait, I don't have 与 yet. It's different. The middle thing is different. 理论与实践相结合. Interesting. 中西医 wait, 中西医 what the heck? Oh, that kind of makes sense. 中西医结合.
中西医结合。
That's cool. Middle, as in Chinese, Western medicine. Yeah, 中西医 interesting. 中西医结合. Neat.
结合。当选。
当选 to a role that you are chosen for to be elected. Yeah. Have everyone choose you to work as Oh, this got changed. No, that didn't get changed. I'm thinking of something else. Just kidding. Yeah, to be elected, it's fine. 再度 interesting. Oh, 再度当选 再度当选
再度当选。
once again, once more, one time more elected, be re-elected. 他当选为 oh, this could be the 为主 为主 no 为主什么 let's say 教
他当选为主席。
席 okay. Yeah, this is way in 2 instead of 4. So it's very commonly in 2 using as a sentence structure, as, or like but the one that we are getting as a primary tone is way, as an act. Interesting. Seen it so many times now, it's got to be way. 当选
当选。
当选了 okay. Yep, it's gone. Everything's gone. Juan son of a bee sting.
还原。
还原 还原 was it to return? Oh yeah. I did
struggling today. Oh,
结合，
结合。参观。
参观，感情，
感情。
当选，
当选。当选。Alright. To be grateful. Oh, 感谢. Yeah, 感谢. It's great. To feel a strong need to thank. 感谢. Thank you, thankful. Yep. 感谢. Right. 感谢. 多, you know, 多谢 are much more emphatic than 谢谢。我感谢你的帮助。感谢大家的 support. Ooh, wait, I don't know this one. And then a neither, right? Is this die? That might be die. 保重, maybe it's like 保重。
感谢大家的支持。
哦，支持。Not even close. 感谢大家的支持。Okay. 我感谢我爸妈 is 爸妈。
我感谢我父母。
父母。Oh no. I forgot. 爸妈 is in like they're different characters. Yeah, 父母 is fine.
感谢，
感谢。
原理，
原理 original place, the principle, original logic. Oh, that makes sense. Oh, I'm thinking of. Oh, I'm not thinking. Oh, wait. I think I'm mixing things up because Li is has this. Yeah, we're thinking about Li. Li, this is the Li of the inside, and this is the Li of the logic. Okay. So the original logic is the principle. The principle is the piece of original logic that we often refer to. Oh, there's 河。河水的流。河水的流动。河水的流动可以用重力原理来 gravity. Jeez.
河水的流动可以用重力原理来解释。
So 河水的流动可以用重力原理来解释。Okay. Cardinal principle. What is this supposed to be? Let's go with 根本 maybe 根本原理。
根本原理。
Oh, it's 根本原理。I thought it might have been two. Okay. 理啊，原理
原理、
原理principle
观点、
观点。The 观点 observe a point of view. The spot you observe. Oh, excuse me. The spot you observe something is called your point of view. Interesting. Or it could be like a vantage point. The spot from which you watch. Or it's literally point of view. Viewpoint. His viewpoint. Okay. 科学 Oh, that's funny. All the science stuff. 科学的观点。科学的观点。希望你公开自己的观点。
希望你公开自己的观点。
希望你公开自己的观点。普通的观点 ，different， 普通 ，yeah， 不同。Wait， 不同的观点。
观点、
We're gonna use viewpoint.
口感、
口感 The feeling of the mouth feel, the food texture, or just texture. Yeah, it's something you can feel with your mouth when you eat. Yeah, the food texture. 这种面套，这种面套口感不错。Barely. Okay.
这种面条口感不错。
口感不错。
口感、选票、
选票choice, yeah, choice ticket in case the candidate you vote, or possibly also this could be used generically. I'm not sure. 三分 something 你的想票
2/3的选票。
2/3 oh yeah, R, whoops, not ni. Japanese. 2/3的香票。It's not supposed to be 抽过抽过搬 搬 something 搬去的想要
超过半数的选票。
抽过办事的想票。
选票
，OK。选票 a little bit fine.
感谢、口感、原理、观点、选票、一清二楚。
Perfectly clear. Okay. 一清二楚
Interesting. So 1 clear, 2 clear. 1 pure, 2 clear. Okay. That's kind of funny. Something that is perfectly clear is number 1, totally pure, and number 2, very clear. Yeah. Okay. And 一清二楚 yeah. And 一清二楚
看得一清二楚。
老师对我们的请说 or that's not 说请一清二楚
老师对我们的情况一清二楚。
情况 or situation or in just situation 一清二
一清二楚。篮子
篮子 okay, that's fine. It's a basket with a silent child. 一篮子 it's not a maybe it might be 模子
一篮子桃子。
桃子 of course it's a 桃子 why am I talking about I know what peaches are, jeez. 桃子okay, I'm so hyper focused. I was saying mo because of Momo. Carry? I'll carry 像 wait. Oh no, this is her arm. This is arm. Do I know arm? No, I don't really know arm. So ta arm on her arm carry. There's 这一只 that's probably yeah 一只篮子
他胳膊上挎着一只篮子。
挎子 to carry 挎子胳膊 interesting 胳膊他胳膊上挎子一只篮子I don't know if that's gonna help.
篮子黑名单
黑名单 which makes sense. Blacklist, a list of black names, like blacklisted names, right? It's a blacklist of names. Yep. 黑名单上了黑名单 okay.
黑名单养
to raise okay. How the heck is that just sheep and oh I see it now. I can't unsee it. I didn't think of that as food underneath. Jeez. Yoshi is in the basement of the chapel. Go on. Where he raises holy sheep. Okay, we got the holy sheep. They're all in the corner and Yoshi throws eggs he has stuffed with food at them, which they gulp down. Yoshi wishes the priest would raise his salary though. In the basement, raising sheep in the basement. I suppose if you had to pick a location, it would either be outside or in the basement. A secret holy sheep. Alright. Basements are where secrets are kept. Young. Cho young. Except to raise. Oh, adopt. Except to raise. To raise a family. Ah, 养家. That makes sense. Raise a family. Literally raise a family. What do we got? To recuperate. Don't have anything on Liao yet. Child support. Is child in it? Not quite. Support. Don't have context for the other one too. But the example for adopt is pretty good. Cho Yang. Cho
养
Yang.
是
Sure. Okay, yeah, we got room. About time. Shrek is in the bathroom of the house where he is playing with a mole. Okay, that he found. He puts a dollhouse on the floor and then stuffs the mole into one of his rooms. The mole does not seem to fit, so Shrek coat him with mud as lubrication and shoves him into the room once more. Yikes. Alright. Yeah. 办公室 is my prototypic word for 室, knowing that it's a room. 办公室. Oh hey, we have 办公 and 室. So now how do I interpret this these days? A managed public room. Managed public room. An office. Or perhaps a public office. Greenhouse. 温室. Interesting. A temperature house. A temperature room. That can strike as a greenhouse. A bedroom. Wall. Wall, huh? That's new. And then, yep. 教室. Classroom. 手术室. 手术室. Operating room. And maybe the middle has something to do with surgery or something. Cutting.
是
Okay. Right. We gotta think about the sheep, the food, shooting eggs, spotted eggs, holy sheep. That puts most of the things in context here.
养
Young. Raising sheep. A 名单.
黑名单是篮子
篮子. 一清二处. I typed the wrong word. I mean, I typed the wrong letter. What the? Oh, now I typed the heckin'. Oh my gosh.
一清二
I want to talk about it. To protect. Ooh. The heck of an orchid is that? Alright, at the top of a folding stool are some orchids. Orchid flowers. Okay, that's some modified. They are truly spectacular. Their complex shape looks just like a turkey. Oh my goodness. Tell me that this is part of orchid without telling me it's orchid. It's not part of orchid. What? Oh my goodness. Heckin' orchid. Oh my gosh. Okay.
户
Ooh. Okay, the Hulk is in the bathroom of the house. Go on. Trying to protect the sacred orchid placed on top of the toilet lid. Okay, so we got the bathroom. Okay, Hulk. That's being attacked from all sides by flying words. The words burst into the window and under the door, and each are demolished by the Hulk, who will protect the orchid till death. Okay, guard. It's in the bathroom, but we got the toilet lid. It's in the house. It's being attacked and Hulk is protecting. I don't know how I'm gonna place Hulk in the house for this. He smashed all the... Hulk smash? Smash all the words? Okay. Cherish. I who. Oh, interesting. Love, protect, cherish. Who song to escort. Yeah, protect while sending them. Bao who. That's preserve. We didn't get... Did we get Bao who? No, we didn't get Bao yet. But yeah, to preserve or to protect, which is still protect yet. Who sure? Oh, who sure? Oh, doing protect, nurse. Oh, sure. Ambulance. Oh yeah, 救护车. I mean, 救护车. Now we know it as what? Help protect car. Okay. Or please protect car, or help service, help car. So who?
户
What's sacred
超
order? Chao super, as in supermarket. Okay, sure. Oh, Charlie Brown is in front of the barn. Checks out, walking back and forth. Sure. Anxious. He keeps on looking at a summons he has in his hand. He recently received asking all superheroes to meet inside the barn. Charlie Brown is officially Captain America. Charlie Brown doesn't feel like he is any super person at all. He's just a normal kid. He decides he won't go and instead walks away. Okay. Yeah, Chao Shi. Or supermarket. Chao Zhi. Super. Okay. A mini skirt. Chao Duan Chin. Chao Duan Chin. Super short skirt. Super short skirt. Mini skirt. Yeah. 超过 to surpass. Oh, interesting. That's a different way to think about super.
超市
Antique. Oh no. That looks suspiciously like south. But not. Wait. Yeah. Oh man, that suspiciously looks like a salesperson as well. Hold. I'm gonna need some help here. Okay, I got south. Yep, south. Yeah, this part is different, the middle. So you have an antique that you are trying to protect from being damaged and thus losing value. You place it on top of a solid headstone. Yeah, you place it on top of a solid headstone and then cover it with horn, a hood, okay, hood, and you hire a guard to stand guard at all times to make sure nobody breaks your priceless antique. Okay. Suitable. Of course, antique. I don't see antique. I think some of these components are becoming
是
tough. Shit. Suitable. Don't I have another expression for suitable? Oh yeah. Things dealing with fit. Shrek is in the bathroom. Oh my gosh, Shrek is all over the place at this point. Shrek is in the bathroom of the house preparing for his long road of traveling ahead of him. He has an antique that he keeps on writing in massive amounts of gauze, wrapping in massive amount of gauze, trying to make it suitable to carry on the rope. He finished wrapping it and promptly drops it on the tile to test it. On the tiles, gotcha. The antique shatters. It sounds like gauze is not a suitable way to protect an antique. No, gee, you think? A suit. Oh, like suit, not a suit. Appropriate. Sure do. What was my assignment to do? Degree? Suitable degree, appropriate. I got you. Sure, huh? A suitable fit, suitable. There's the tie-in. And then sure yi. Suitable fitting, which is still suitable. Shu shi, comfortable. Oh yeah. What was the left side for? Relaxed, suitable, comfortable. Okay.
She.
We're starting to be able to look at all the examples as well quite often. At least one or two examples, combining characters we have as well, which is kind of a nice feeling. Heckin' orchid. Heckin' antique.
She.
Right. The gauze thing. And Shrek. Sometimes I get Shrek visually mixed up with Hulk. Okay. Okay.
超
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. No, this is Hulk protecting the orchid.
不
Smash, smash, smash. Alright. It's time to lock in. Okay. Oops. Oh, it's Moo. I'm like, what did I type wrong there?
冬天
北京的冬天真冷啊！
特
What? Oh, la. Whoops. La.
酒吧
他俩下班后常常去酒吧。
如名称
请填写你的名称。
弄错
你弄错了。
木
Moo. Gobble gobble. Oh, I forgot. The traditional one isn't like that. It's not the horns, it's the fish heads. That's fine. Today I was trying to write that was a typo. I was trying to write that today.
音乐
So
他在听音乐。
still need more time, more opportunities. I have to make opportunities for me to write traditional characters.
椅子
你要张椅子吗？
Oh my gosh. Stop. Hands.
说
Send help. Wait.
10亿，
10亿美金，
10亿. Oh, here we go. 10亿, that's 1 billion. Okay.
要， 中文系，
我在中文系学习中文。
故， 真空，
真空除尘器，
音量，
收音机音量已开到最大。
问号，
打个问号，
打个问号. The heck? Ask number? I honestly have no... Wait, let me see if I can think about this. Number? Maybe I'll come back, see if I can remember something.
大声，
他大声说话。
路灯，
入黑路灯都亮了。
It's Joe. I keep talking more today, Joe.
有， 拉， 特点，
中国文化有什么特点？
Oh boy.
定睛，
他定睛于那张照片。
心态，
改变心态。
外人，
我又不是外人。
Oh my gosh, I couldn't spell that so awful. Oh, jeez. Ah! It's the wrong person. Wait, is it the wrong person? Yeah, it's the wrong person. Wait, it's not the wrong person. I actually don't know what I wrote incorrectly there. I gotta go look.
银色
他开着一辆银色的车。
周
Oh my gosh. Typo. Wait. Hold. Oh. That's a misread.
画像
Yeah.
巨幅画像。
画像. What? Oh. I fat fingered that.
环 去路
前无去路，后有追兵。
去路, like to go road, like go, leave, outlet. Is this supposed to be a question mark? Ah, it came to me after a while. I'm like, wait a minute, that's probably a question mark. Okay, so taking time does help. Oh wait. I mean, it is part of company, but what did they want for to take charge or something like that?
放声大哭
我要放声大哭。
凉鞋
我今天穿着凉鞋去海滩。
Like to take charge? Yeah.
怕 实习
他打算在这里实习整个夏天。
打算在这里实习整个夏天。 What was this thing? Oh. I mean, it's still like studying the truth. I don't know, maybe... Oops, that's a typo. This outlet? Yeah, okay, that's fine. The second time around after thinking about it a little bit.
习惯
他的坏习惯。
Okay. So they calculated that this study springtime, the true I have no idea what this is trying to say. Oh, heckin' intern. Yeah, that's gonna suck. There's no way. We're just gonna have to. That is a not even close. I wasn't even close. Not even close.
以下
房间里温度是10度以下。
All the other ones are fine. To intern. This is to, what is it? Like, you're enrolling to learn about what the real reality is, which is to intern somewhere. The intern is to get the real experience, to learn the real experience. Wallet or purse.
舒服，
这些椅子很舒服。
Oops. I missed
气
one.
温，
气温回升。
So, how do I screw this up?
“湖边”
他坐在湖边读书。
Did I might have typed BAIN. That's probably what BN. Sometimes I flip I and A because of typing speed. I that's exactly what I was thinking about. So I have no idea what was the first error. That took me by surprise. I could back into it to see what my typing error. That was a typographical error. What? Oh, now I'm just misreading. It's fine. It's okay. It's okay.
凉水，
把面放在凉水。
It's fine. It's fine. That's why you take a pause when you make an error, you know? Which I don't do.
筷子，
你会用筷子吗？
确实，
不确实。
Oh. That does mean true, but I was reading the whole thing. This says untrue, but the underline is what we're doing, which is true. I said that yesterday too.
高
I'm
跟
like,
鞋，
他喜欢穿高跟鞋。
I'm like, there's a chance. It happened.
爱情，
爱情无价。
排队，
请在这里排队。
穿鞋，
请不要在室内穿鞋。
球鞋，
你的球鞋在哪里？
惯例，
按照国际惯例，
前往，
乘机前往香港。
Uh-oh.
报，
Oh. Report. Oops.
非法，
非法移民。
Right? No, yeah.
原，
Ooh. Be careful here.
漂流，
乘竹排漂流。
其实，
其实他的工作很轻松。
how do I get the meaning of this? The 其实 even though, or like all like 其实 like it is like 其实 it's not this, but it's like 其实 yeah, like in fact, even though, actually, I'm gonna put even though, but actually, in fact, yeah, like 其实 even though this is also true in actual whatever the other person says, even though that's true, 其实 accidental son, Timmy Turner,
提，
topic,
论，
theory, it, treasure chest,
飞机，
我搭过飞机。
法，
wait,
比
Yeah.
分，
比分很接近。
比分很接近 compare parts, score, and I don't know how this works anymore. I don't understand how this sentence works anymore. Hold up. The score is close. Oh, 比分很接近. I see. The booby trap.
办，
Whoops.
照片，
我们再拍一张照片。
走，
Yeah, so that's Xiang, and now we have antique. Right, we have antique. That's salesperson right there.
商业，
在工业、商业、财政方面。
What are we going with actually?
下，流，
How did Liu work? Link is Oh, because of things they were flooding all over the place, the oil. They had floaties. Or gas.
他人
不要打扰他人的生活。
近期
他们近期要搬家，
Soon. Near future? Okay. That's fine. I'm okay with that. Oh, 吹牛.
吹牛
他就爱吹牛。
灯您 吹
Ah, I hit the wrong button.
晚 看穿
我看穿了他的诡计。
It's kind of funny. 看穿, but 看穿 sounds like if I focus on what I learn, it says see where, but when I hear 看穿 in that sentence, it immediately just says I'm seeing through something. Even though if I look at the characters, I'm like, oh, now I gotta think about it. But the moment I hear it's like, oh, I see through your plot, right? 看穿. Such a weird feeling sometimes, I tell you. Such a weird feeling.
B 一般
这是一般人的心理。
挺 好吃
很好吃。
Ah, dang, I missed the 3 again. Jeez.
儿女
他有3个儿女。
Oh yeah, son and daughter's children. 儿女.
处
Dang. These things are flowing, man. Whoops. Then I hit the wrong tone.
使用
你会使用这个电脑吗？
Oh, this is totally dwarf.
夏天车月
It is comfort, but what do they want? Joy? Oh, no. Sorry. Yeah, no, it's actually that too. I need to add to that.
头关门
商店下午5点关门。
Where was the location?
离
Yeah. Oh, right. They use a different thing. Wait. No, they don't. Oh, they didn't take they just take elder, probably.
陈
We're gonna put elderly. And coffin is the WaniKani one. They used music. Oh, you know what? No, we can't use joy because that's or a comfort because that's slightly no, I don't think I have a word that uses as comfort. Never mind. We'll just stick with music. Fine. And then I fat fingered this.
友人
他和友人一起去旅行。
Yeah, so this one I just lost it. Wow, intern is rough. All the other ones are fine. There were two that were kind of weak, but when I went back around, I'm like, oh yeah, that's the feeling. The feeling was on point. So yeah, most of these are really routine right now. You just go really fast. Sometimes I kind of just want to go, you know, double hit or something. Okay. Tomorrow's ones look to be some of the tomorrow things are kind of concerning. Not the vocabulary side, but the character side has been a concern now. Oh, actually the components are kind of wonky, very wonky. What is this? This is a website called HanziHero. It's an SRS, mnemonics SRS based thing for traditional and simplified Chinese. So alright, so this is orchid. Oops. We got orchid and antique. Food, holy cows, raise, young, sure, road, antique, rap. Oh, is this for learning Mandarin? It's for traditional Chinese and simplified Chinese. So yes, in some ways, yes. Okay, antique, got like wraparound gauze, suitable, falls down, Hulk, right? No. I think this is actually shirt too. Did we actually get two shirts in a row? Yeah, probably. Oh, Cho. No. Yeah, Cho. Not Cho. No. Yeah, and this is who. Okay. So this is the one that we had problem with, right? Yeah. Oops. Shi. Huan Yuan. 结合结合结合参观感情当想感谢口感口感原理观点想要Oh no wait no 想票黑名单男子 Yeah, you can try this out for free if you're interested. It's free up to the first 100 characters. I think I'm fairly confident that people have an idea of what it feels like to use the website by the time you complete the first 100 characters. If you're using like default settings for the SRS, it would take about a month. And then eating right eating our all right, and then we have 2 spots here. Right. We have Su. Snake walk. How do I get T? Tisu. Oh, that's because it's not T. Tisu works. Tisu. That was to begin, right? And how would it begin? We have Herbie in the basement of the house, sucking up snake skin, in order like to begin. I don't remember what they used for that. It's okay, but and there's a new one. completely blanked on the relation. Wait. No, yeah. That's pendant. I mean, necklace. Learn. Okay, so how does this work? We're trying to use pendant or necklace, so maybe sure. T. And we're looking for to learn the truth, right? To learn the truth of one's job. To intern, which I wasn't thinking of it that way. How does this work? He lost his leg, so he cannot walk and is stuck down there. He finds a second, eats it, and he grows his legs by instance to begin to walk. He's excited to. Oh, that's kind of a stretch. Fair enough. Oh, and I totally skipped the. Alright, so what do we got? We have Yoshi in the basement of the chapel, and he's helped raising holy sheep. Holy sheep by shooting green spotted eggs of food into their mouth. Okay. Okay, sure. So this is Shrek. Shrek's in the bathroom twice this time. Shrek is in the bathroom of the house. And what is he doing in the room? Oh, he found a mole. And wanted to shove him into the room of a dollhouse. And we have Shrek again in the bathroom, the house, where he is getting ready for his travel. So he took an antique and wrapped it around with he's getting ready to go on the road, to hit the road. And he's wrapping his antique around with gauze. And then he tested it by dropping it and it shattered. Wasn't a very suitable protection for the antique. Then we have Charlie Brown. Charlie Brown in front of the barn. Where he's pacing around. So he's pacing around, walking around, contemplating about this summons that he received for super people. But he's not a super person, just an ordinary boy. So he walked away from the invitation in the end. And then we have Hulk in the bathroom of the house, where he's doing all that he can to protect a sacred orchid from words flying everywhere Words flying everywhere, and he's just demolishing him against the tile floor. He's protecting the orchid. Okay. And that's it for today for HanziHero. I could totally try to write these characters a little wee bit better, you know? Dollhouse. Oops. Shellfish. Oops. Alright, this isn't happening with my shaky hands. Then help. Moses? Sure. Alright. That's it for HanziHero today. Not too bad. Just one hiccup. I think we're really hitting our strides. Maybe we'll add a little bit here. Or alternatively, I want to keep on just speeding up, sticking to the routine so I can get ready for May stuff. We still have to complete our 2 projects left. I'm trying to complete Tiny Folks. And then you use the rest of the time to play So to Speak. So perhaps that's what the focus is on at the moment. Completing those before May rolls around. I haven't decided if I was going to squeeze in other projects for May. I think the main thing is to focus on trying to fill out get back into the groove of my routine with Duolingo Japanese this course. Alright. That's it for HanziHero. If you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. As always, you're more than welcome to leave a video comment with your hot takes. Always welcome a discussion. Be ready for a discussion, right? Or stop on by, ask a question, stay for the discussion, right? So for those who are only interested in Chinese, 大家下次见. See you next time. And I am gonna get up, walk around, stretch a little bit, and I'll be back for Spanish. Thank you. Alright folks, welcome back everyone. Bienvenidos a todos. Hoy es el día 41. Today is day 41. And we're back from like a 2-day absence, largely because I kind of got carried away the last 2 days with digressions. And then yesterday we did our summary, which was expected to skip the day. So let's head back into it, feeling refreshed. Let's go over the stuff from our last time. Right, so make comparisons. This was relatively short. We had everything revolved around that. So we have the term, right? El peor, and then we have el más as a contrast, or la más, right? You can switch those, and then más que, and then tan como, right? That's a form of comparison format. There's also a menor to contrast más. Then other things, popular, famoso. Others, gordo, delgado. We didn't get feo, but that's fine. No feo. But did get bea or beo. Other comparisons, more comfortable. I don't think we got a new thing other than these. There might be something else in there. Are there any other forms of comparison? This is pretty good. I think that's largely it. So caro, barato, cómodo, cómodo, largo, grande. Yep, I think that's fine. So I think it was less to this one did not have an adventure. So pod one from yesterday from 2 days ago was, let's get these titles. The first one was Osgood. Maybe I can remember one or two more vocabulary words. Ordinary falda skirt. Once again, Osgood. The person basically described they like their skirt and they like it for the summer, and it's more comfortable than a dress. Right. And Oscar's like, well, I was expecting couture. Couture, like, what was it? Yeah, couture. French term, right? Haute couture. Just a normal, ordinary skirt. And then part 2 was shopping secrets. And indeed, it was Lucy. Two people this time. Two people. One was talking about how they were going to buy. Oh, that reminds. Gora. Gora. That was because this guy was talking about how he's going to buy a cap in the end and talk about like caps and stuff. And the other person says, "Oh, that's lovely. Are you going to buy it?" Like this guy was describing the cat and the other cap, and the other person said, "Are you going to buy it?" You buying? And the person's like, "Yeah." And it says something about like enjoy your purchase, right? Enjoy your purchase. And then of course Lucy is like, "What the heck? Enjoy your shopping?" Obviously it's secret code for a clandestine meeting. Secret rendezvous. Rendezvous. Obviously. And then last but not least, we have clothing colors. And it actually turned out to be Falstaff. No human in the title. Clothing colors. Although it kind of sounds something like obvious that Falstaff could make a commentary on. So, two people. And they were comparing how expensive things were at a shop, at a la tienda Europa más popular, or muy popular, like a really popular place. So they were talking about like how expensive things are, but they're nice but expensive. And of course, Falstaff chimes in with his bear comedy. People spend a lot of time talking about the clothing, like the color of clothing they're wearing. Bears, it's brown. Bears just wear what they have. Right? They have fur. That's it. No commentary necessary. Right? And no adventures this time. So that's it. And let's get into our next unit. We're making waves, I tell you. Making waves. Leaps and bounds, leaps and bounds. So we're still in a review period. I still don't think I've hit anything that was substantially uncomfortable. Let's see. Popular, la más, el peor, el más. Oh, mundo, the world, like del mundo. Gordo, delgado, tan famoso, peor, mayor, bello, and que, how que and menos. Oh, blusa is new. So blusa was supposed to pair up with gora. Yeah, not too many things there. Describe travel plans. What are we doing, boy? Oh, your boy. So your boy is ir. So we're using ir to plan to do something, right? So going to do something. So the ir format. Yo voy a viajar en avión. Finally got avión. Avión. ¿A qué hora sale el avión? So sale, we still have salir. Salir works. El taxi va a estar aquí en 5 minutos. Okay, minutos, minutes. ¿Sabes? ¿Sabes dónde? ¿Sabes? Oh my gosh, my voice. ¿Sabe dónde? ¿Dónde? ¿Sabe dónde están los pasaportes? Los pasaportes están sobre la mesa. Yeah, okay. That's fine. Nothing new there. Making plans. If you're going to do something, right? In the future, use a form of ir plus a, then in infinitive, right? So that's a very classic way to say you're going to do. Mañana voy a viajar, right? Vamos a visitar and va a viajar, just to show some conjugations. Along with the infinitive saying stay. All right. Let's
¿Qué
go.
vas a hacer mañana?
¿Qué vas a hacer mañana?
¿Dónde están las maletas?
Maletas. This is repeat. Suitcases.
¿Por qué no usas
¿Por qué no usas aquellas maletas? Aquellas is making a return. Aquel.
Vas a viajar a Francia un fin de semana. ¿Cuántas maletas necesitas?
¿Dos? ¿Tres? No tengo idea. 1, 3, I have no idea.
Yo voy a vivir en otro país.
Yo voy a beber en otro país. Okay.
Voy a viajar a Nueva York el domingo. Voy a viajar.
Something domingo. Voy a viajar a Nueva York el domingo. Makes sense.
¿Cuántos boletos quiere usted?
Boletos. These are just the plural forms of the nouns we already know. Quiere usted. Okay. Boletos. ¿Cuándo vas a comprar nuestros boletos a Alemania?
Boletos.
¿Cuándo es el próximo partido?
There's próximo. Próximo is what I kind of alluded to earlier. A bit back. When's the upcoming game? Próximo.
Voy a visitar Londres el próximo invierno. ¿Hace mucho frío?
No tengo idea. No conozco esa ciudad.
Gloria va a estudiar en Suecia.
Suecia. Oh my gosh. Randomly Suecia? Alright.
Jorge va a visitar a sus hermanos.
Jorge
va a visitar
Jorge va a visitar a sus país.
Su país. Jorge va a visitar a sus hermanos.
Oh,
País,
hermanos. A país is singular. It wouldn't have worked anyways.
Ellos no tienen los pasaportes.
Okay. Ellos no tienen los pasaportes. Los pasaportes están sobre la mesa. Okay.
Sobre mesa.
Mesa. Tengo los pasaportes en mi purse. Cartera. Okay. All right. Oh, it's after midnight already? Jeez Louise.
El
El
avión.
avión.
Vamos a la playa.
Let's go to the beach.
Los niños están listos.
Listos. Ready.
Nosotros estamos listos ahora. Nosotros.
Nosotros estamos listos ahora.
¿A dónde quieres viajar?
¿A dónde? Yeah. Still where, but to where is usually how I differentiate between donde and adonde. But this deals with adonde deals with a motion towards a location is how I used to remember it, where the difference between adonde and donde, when you're trying to ask to where in that location, like a movement towards a location, I typically use adonde as opposed to donde to ask for where a location is versus a movement towards a location. Where this is where the to comes from. It's not I don't know if they take it, but it's to where do you want to travel is what I would say in order to line that up?
¿A dónde?
Yo voy a
Adonde?
viajar en avión.
And I usually say to where are we going? I don't typically end questions with prepositions. Personally. Or I try not to anyway. It might not be the same anymore now that I've spent so much time among different company. Yo voy a viajar en avión. Oh yeah, and using by a means. Yeah. Vamos a viajar en avión.
Aquellos carros son mejores.
Aquellos carros son mejores. Mejores.
Carros.
Carros.
Voy a comprar 2 carros el próximo año. Voy
Voy
a
comprar.
comprar.
Comprar what?
Voy a comprar 2 carros el próximo año.
Dos
Carros.
carros.
El próximo
año.
año.
¿Ustedes cuándo van a viajar?
Ellas van a viajar a Francia en las vacaciones.
No, me puedo probar otra. Oh, no, y nosotros, ¿a dónde vamos a ir este verano?
¿A qué hora vas a llegar a Madrid?
Llegar, arrive, right? ¿A qué hora vas a llegar a Madrid? Okay. It's cloudy, nublado.
Nublado.
Okay. They're going to arrive early tomorrow. Temprano. How does temprano work with this? I guess we could say mañana temprano or temprano. Oh, yeah.
Ellos
Ellos van a
llegar.
llegar. Oh no, it might be. Let's try this first.
Temprano.
Okay, so they take both. That's why I was confused. I was like, I think you can put temprano in front of mañana. Right, temprano can be this. So I wasn't sure where it goes, even though either is acceptable.
Usted,
Okay. Señor,
señor,
you cannot arrive late. Tarde, right? So usted no puede llegar tarde.
tarde.
Que nosotros vamos a llegar a las 12. 11. 11. I thought it said 12. Hey, let's see what else we got.
¿Por qué no?
¿Por qué no? Wait, how's this? I don't understand.
David va a volver pronto.
Pronto. Soon. Pronto. And volver is going to return soon. Pasajeros. Why is that not highlighted? Pasajeros. Su avión para llegar pronto.
Llegar.
I was trying to sound like the speaker.
Vamos a llamar a 2 taxis.
Taxis, okay. Llamar, call 2 taxis.
La familia toma 2 taxis al aeropuerto. La familia
Familia toma
toma
2 taxis.
taxis
del
aeropuerto.
aeropuerto.
La familia toma 2 taxis al aeropuerto.
Los
taxis son mejores que los autobuses.
Tú cuando llegas a Boston.
Oh my gosh. Our helping verbs.
¿Cuándo vas a estar en España?
¿Cuándo vas a estar en España.
Voy a estar en Barcelona por 3 días.
Boy. You're gonna go to bed? Been good to chat as always. Hope all goes well. Yeah. Good night. Good night, Protocol. Good luck. Good luck tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of your spring break. If you're gonna do something, go out, have fun. Go fishing with your stepfather. You know? I don't know if you do fishing, but yeah. Enjoy spring break. Sleeping at a reasonable time today. No one's gonna yell at you this time. Take care.
Voy a estar en Barcelona por 3 días.
Voy a
estar.
Estar what? Estar
En Estados Unidos. Voy a estar en Barcelona por 3 días. Barcelona
por 3 días.
Julia, mañana voy a estar en tu ciudad por 6 horas.
What? Por 6 horas. Okay. Sí. ¿A qué hora llegas a la estación?
Voy a pagar $26.
26. Oh, we're counting up some more. Okay, so we're getting to 30, maybe? 30. 26. Okay.
26. Jorge, ¿tienes 27 pesos?
There we go. Veintisiete. 25, 26, 27. Okay.
Ellos viajan
a lugares diferentes.
¿A qué hora llega el avión de mamá?
De mamá. Llega el avión de mamá. Oh. Va a llegar pronto. Oh, okay, pronto. Okay. Chino. Peor. Edad. Pronto. Cocinar.
La familia toma 2 taxis al aeropuerto.
La familia toma 2 taxis al aeropuerto. Aeropuerto. Okay, alright. 30.
Este mes tiene 30 días.
Este mes tiene 30 días.
La
cámara.
Solo tenemos un minuto.
Minuto. Oh, a minute. Whoops.
Yo siempre viajo con mi cámara.
Yo siempre viajo con mi cámara. Viajo con mi cámara. Okay.
Ellos tienen $29.
29.
¿Qué vas a comprar con 29 pesos? ¿Qué
vas a comprar? ¿En 20 pesos? 29 pesos. Wait. Oh, ¿qué vas a comprar con 29 pesos?
¿Qué vas a comprar con 29 pesos?
What are you gonna buy with 29 pesos?
26, 27, 28.
26. Where's this? 27, 28.
Los boletos cuestan 28 pesos.
Los boletos. Los boletos. ¿Cuesta? ¿Cuestan? No,
Cuestan
28
20 pesos.
Son las 6:45.
Menos cuarto. Oh no. It's what is this? It's 6:45. Oh my gosh. Is that it? It is 5:45. Oh, 6. Yeah, quarter to 6. Oh boy, menos cuarto. Oh
El avión
no.
llega a las...
El avión llega a las 2 menos cuarto. Jeez, oh
¿A
man.
qué hora sale el próximo tren? A las 3:15.
No, creo que a las 3 menos cuarto.
El tren.
El tren sale en 30 minutos.
El tren sale a las 6:15. Vamos a la estación a las 3.
Creo que es un poco temprano, ¿no? La exposición. La exposición, el museo empieza en 28 minutos.
Minutos.
I keep saying minutos. Minutos.
Museo.
¿A dónde? ¿A dónde? It's really literally about I really meant ¿a dónde? Partidos. Cámaras. Japonés.
Solo tenemos un minuto.
All right. Nice. Wrap up.
Solo tenemos un minuto.
Yeah.
La familia toma 2 taxis al aeropuerto. Familia. Toma 2 taxis al aeropuerto.
Yo llego a casa mañana en la tarde.
Arrive. What the heck? Arrive at? I'm looking for at. Arrive in the home late tomorrow. I arrive home. Oh, in the afternoon. Oh. Okay.
Voy a estar en México el próximo mes. México.
It's still the same. It kind of means the same thing though.
Voy.
It doesn't make sense. It really though. Voy a estar en México.
Voy a estar en México el próximo mes.
Próximo
mes.
Estar
el
próximo mes.
Voy a estar en México el próximo mes. El. Voy a estar en México el próximo mes. Voy a estar en México el próximo.
Yeah, it was where it is. I just couldn't hear the
El avión va a salir en 20 minutos.
Going to salir en 20 minutos.
Tengo los pasaportes en mi cartera.
Tengo mis pasaportes. Oh, mis. What?
Tengo los pasaportes en mi cartera.
Okay. Los pasaportes
en
mi cartera. I'm like,
Tú
okay.
vas a estar en México muy pronto.
Vamos a estar en Boston por 10 días.
Okay.
Vamos a estar en Boston por
how many? 9? 10?
Vamos a estar en Boston por 10 días. 10 días.
Okay.
Ellos van
a viajar en el primavera. La primavera. I skipped over la.
Carlos, ¿dónde están los pasaportes y los boletos?
¿Por qué no te gusta este color? ¿No está en tu cartera? Yo no tengo idea.
¿Sabes dónde están?
¿Sabes dónde están los pasaportes?
Ellas van a viajar a Francia en las vacaciones.
¿Y nosotros a dónde vamos a ir este verano?
Yo llego a casa mañana en la tarde.
Okay. That makes sense. Okay. Alright. So our legends. Hay muchos aviones en el aeropuerto. Aeropuerto.
28, 21, 28.
Yo llego a...
Yo llego a casa mañana en la tarde.
Aquellos carros son mejores.
Aquellos carros son mejores.
Solo tenemos un minuto.
Solo tenemos un minuto.
Creo que llego a las 8 menos cuarto. ¿Cuánto?
Cuarto.
Llegar.
Ellas van a viajar a Francia en las vacaciones.
¿Y nosotros a dónde vamos al ir este verano? The same question again. Yo voy a tomar muchas fotos con mi cámara profesional en Argentina.
Fotos.
Argentina.
Son las 9:15. El tren sale en 30 minutos. Tenemos que correr o vamos a llegar tarde a la estación.
¿Cuál es el problema? El tren sale pronto. ¿Y tú cuando vas a comprar los boletos? El precio va a ser más caro después. Or else, or like, if you don't after.
Juan, María, ¿están listos? ¿Dónde están sus pasaportes? Yo solo tengo los boletos. No podemos llegar tarde al aeropuerto.
Ellos van a tomar un avión. Pues, aeropuerto. Right. Vamos a estar en España por 27 días. No, días. ¿Tú estás en Sevilla? ¿Estás en Sevilla? ¿Vas a ir al Boston? Boston, ¿estás vacaciones? ¿Vacaciones o en las próximas vacaciones?
Ella va a estar lista en media hora.
Media hora. Okay. Half an hour. Oops. Hay 26 maletas. Wow.
Maletas.
Maletas en el hotel. Esos taxis van al aeropuerto. Okay. All right, time for the awesome part. Story time. What do we got? Drawing in the park. Unyer.
Dibujando en el parque.
Gustavo lleva a su perro al parque todos los días.
Gustavo. Who is this person?
Y todos los días ve a Lily dibujando en el parque.
Okay, it's Lily.
Un día, él decide hablar con ella.
Intriguing.
Hola, Ah, hola.
¿Te puedo hacer una pregunta?
¿Qué?
Te veo dibujar
todos los días en el lago. That's weird.
Sí.
¿Qué dibujas?
Muchas cosas. Dibujo cosas que creo que son interesantes o bonitas.
Muy bien. ¿Qué estás dibujando ahora?
Es un secreto.
Secreto.
¿Por qué?
I want to say what she's showing here.
Tú vienes al parque todos los días.
Me estás dibujando, ¿verdad? Bueno, tú también me gustas.
Nice, smooth.
Ah, no. No te estoy dibujando a ti.
Intriguing. What, the twist?
Ah.
Someone was going for the smooth take.
Estoy dibujando a tu perro.
Oh.
Es muy bonito. Mira.
His doggo though. Decide. Muchas bonitas. Dibujando. Bienes. Alright. Take it back.
Dibujando en el parque.
Gustavo lleva a su perro al parque todos los días.
I totally forgot that he was with his dog. It's the first sentence.
Y todos los días ve a Lily dibujando en el parque.
Un día, él decide hablar con ella.
Hola.
Ah, hola.
¿Te puedo hacer una pregunta?
¿Qué?
Te veo dibujar.
Sí.
¿Qué dibujas?
Muchas cosas. Dibujo cosas que creo que son interesantes o bonitas.
Muy bien. ¿Qué estás dibujando ahora?
Es un secreto.
¿Por qué?
Tú vienes al parque todos los días.
Me estás dibujando, ¿verdad? Bueno, tú también me gustas.
Ah, no. No te estoy dibujando a ti.
Ah.
Estoy dibujando a tu perro. Es muy bonito. Mira.
Bonitas. Verdad. Hablar. Dibujando. Okay. Alright. That didn't have as much twists and turns. A little bit forward.
Arte.
Próximo.
Chaqueta.
Niku? Just kidding. Carne.
¿Cuántos boletos quiere usted?
¿Cuántos boletos quiere usted? Oops.
Cantar.
Blusa. Boletos. Chino.
Voy a disfrutar mis
vacaciones. Voy a.
Queremos comprar 3 boletos.
Queremos comprar 3 boletos.
Usted va a viajar a Cali. Va.
¿Sabes dónde están los pasaportes?
¿Qué vas a hacer el próximo? Vas.
Hola, Ana. Soy Pedro. ¿Dónde están los pasaportes? No están en mi chaqueta. ¿Están en tu cartera? ¡Ay, qué estrés!
Pasaportes, yes. Los pasaportes están sobre la mesa.
Las maletas están en el taxi.
Señor, ¿cuántas maletas tiene? Oh, usted? Yeah, I should add usted for formality. Mi novio va a viajar a Madrid la próxima semana.
Voy.
Okay. Ups. Voy a vivir en otro país. ¿En el otro país? ¿O es otro? Jorge va a visitar a sus hermanos. Get the A for the person. Vas a visitar tus padres? Oh, I forgot the this time. Dang it! I even told myself right after. I'm like, oh yeah, that's cool, and then I would drop my guard. It's a habit I must build again.
Avión.
Cocinar.
¿Cuáles?
Listo.
Voy a con carros.
Whoops. Carros works.
Partidos.
Europeo. Famoso.
Listo.
No, no estoy listo.
¿A dónde? Famoso.
Chino.
Mismo.
Nosotros
vamos a llegar a las 11. Esos carros son muy populares. ¿Populares aquí?
Son muy populares aquí.
¿Por qué
ustedes no van a viajar mañana?
Las maletas están en el avión.
¿A qué hora vas a llegar a llamar? Juan, María, ¿están listos? ¿Dónde están sus pasaportes?
Vamos.
¿A qué? JFK. Oh, you would have to know JFK. Oh, but the avión is there too. That's good. Ellos son muchas.
Vamos.
Okay. Hay muchas aviones. En el aeropuerto. Aviones is... Oh, avión. Oh, wait. Avión is... Oh my gosh. Avión is masculine? Oh, jeez. I wasn't paying attention. Jeez. ¿A dónde? Wait, does ¿a dónde have an accent? Huh. It's the same thing though. The accent's there. ¿A dónde? What do you want? ¿Dónde quieres ¿Quieres viajar? Okay. ¿Dónde vamos? ¿A dónde vamos a ir? ¿O no? ¿A viajar? Oh. That's a typo. That's fine. Hay muchos aviones. Aviones en el aeropuerto. Okay. Alright.
Mundo.
Mundo.
Pronto.
Pronto.
Peor.
Peor. Mejor.
Mejor.
Tengo que estar en el aeropuerto a las 2.
What? Oh, está.
Voy a pasar
Voy a pasar 27 días en español. Días. I really need to stop saying días instead of
Ella
días.
va a viajar por 26 por...
Hay 26 maletas en el hotel.
Oh my gosh.
Nosotros
llegamos a Nueva York hoy.
La familia toma 2 taxis al aeropuerto.
Pagamos 27 pesos. In cash? Oh, efectivo.
El avión llega en la mañana a las 6:30. Vamos a tomar 4 taxis porque tenemos 26 maletas y 2 perros.
Oh my goodness, tiene muchos maletos. Vas a estar listo en 5 minutos. Okay. Vamos a...
Llegar. Llega.
Ustedes llegan.
Vamos a estar en Boston por 10 días.
¿10 días?
Tú.
¿Tú cuándo? Oh no. Tú llegas. Oh. What?
Tú. Llegas.
Tú llegas.
A Boston. ¿Cuándo? Tú.
They want to... ¿Cuándo llegas a Boston? Really? Interesting. Okay.
Estás.
Voy a pagar 27 días en España. Pasar, spend. Oh, that type of spend. Oh my goodness. I just realized I messed up 2 spends. That's an English problem, not a Spanish problem.
El
avión
va a llegar pronto.
Los taxis. son más mayor que autobuses? I think I'm being redundant here. Yes. Just mayores que. Yeah. Mayores que works. Okay. Vamos pasar. Oh. Yes. Oh no, this is pagar. Vamos. Pagar. Oh no, just pagamos. Pagamos. Pagamos 27 7 pesos en efectivo. Voy pasar para 27 días España. Oh, I missed the dang it. Yeah, this is the part that I don't really like. How it doesn't fill, so you are taxed over and over again for typing the thing over and over again, which becomes more and more complacent over time. Los taxis son mejores que autobuses. Yep. And then I dropped the article, of course. After typing over again like 6 different times. Alright.
Cámaras.
Cámaras.
Cámara.
Cámara.
Fiestas.
Fiestas. Saber.
Saber.
Okay.
28,
28, 29, 30. Okay.
Manejar.
Manejar.
Pronto.
Pronto.
Minuto.
Minuto. Europeo.
Europeo.
28, 21, 28.
Chaqueta.
Chaqueta.
Cámara.
Cámara.
Europeo.
Europeo. Pintura.
Yo siempre viajo con mi cámara. 27, 28, 29.
Estos boletos
cuestan 30 pesos. ¿Pesos?
28, 20.
Son las 6.
Son las 6 menos corto. Las 6 menos corto.
El tren va a salir a las 3 menos cuarto.
Corto.
¿Cuánto? Cuarto.
Ya. Ellas llegar en is it por en no in oh no, is it 30 or is it 30 minutos? Okay.
Son las 9:15. El tren sale en 30 minutos. Tenemos que correr o vamos a llegar tarde a la estación.
Sale.
El avión llega esto endo Or is it a los? Yeah, it's a los dos. Dos menos cuartos. Avion does not have an accent. Oh, jeez. Wait. Oh, no. I think this is one of those weird ones where if you're using a specific thing, it doesn't have an accent, and then you're using something, it has an accent. Or not. It's kind of like basketball. I don't know if that's an error or not. Nosotros solo tenemos un sorry. Comprar una cámara nueva. That went a little smoother. Oh, here we go again.
Tú vas a estar en México muy pronto.
Oh my goodness. That is so annoying. Oh, son, really?
Son.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
La 6. Cuarto.
Vamos a estar en Boston por 10 días.
La mujer. Le.
Por la
noche.
Oh no, por it. Oh no. Yeah, that can be tough. The at night thing. Okay. I think I remember the por versus thing for the time of day, but different times thing. Okay. That's gonna take a while to get to. ¿A dónde vas a viajar? En próximo or just no I think we can just go próximo año. No, I needed el. Dang. Being a little too. I wasn't vigilant. Should have thrown in an article just because.
¿Tú cuándo llegas a Boston?
Yo voy a vivir en cuenta país.
Tú vas a estar en México muy pronto.
I don't know what I did the first time. ¿A dónde vas a ir o viajar el próximo año? Okay. Alright, the legend, let's go. Trucking along. Oops.
Estos carros son muy populares aquí. Diego, ¿estás listo?
Oh, that was a question.
Tenemos que estar listos pronto.
Yes.
Solo tenemos un minuto.
Voy a pasar 27 días en España.
Why not? ¿Por qué no?
Nosotros volvemos la próxima semana.
¿Tú cuándo?
Va. El avión llega en la mañana a las 6:30. Vamos a tomar 4 taxis porque tenemos 26 maletas y...
Llegar.
Voy a ir a la tienda porque quiero comprar una cámara nueva. Solo tengo 15 minutos porque cierra a las 6. ¿A dónde vas a viajar el próximo año?
Ellos no tienen pasaportes. ¿Quieres viajar?
Ellos vuelven a España el próximo diciembre.
Son las 6 menos cuarto.
Alright. Okay. Now it's time to listen and
Los
read.
monos. Eddie y Junior están
Oh.
en el zoológico.
Ice cream.
Ellos están cerca de los elefantes.
Papá, ¿podemos ir a ver a los monos ahora?
¿Por qué? Tú nunca quieres ver a los monos.
Sí, pero ahora me gustan. ¿Podemos ir?
Junior, los monos están lejos de aquí.
Podemos correr. A ti te encanta correr.
Está bien. Sí, me encanta correr.
Junior y Eddie corren.
¿Puedes correr más rápido, papá?
Junior, tú odias correr.
Sí, yo odio correr, pero me encanta el helado. Y hay una tienda de helados al lado de los monos.
Helados. Ice cream. Ir. Correr. Zoológico. Zoológico. No, zoológico. Zoológico. Monos. Ir. Okay.
Los monos. Eddie y Junior están en el zoológico. Ellos están cerca de los elefantes.
Papá, ¿podemos ir a ver a los monos ahora?
¿Por qué? Tú nunca quieres ver a los monos.
Sí, pero ahora me gustan. ¿Podemos ir?
Junior, los monos están lejos de aquí.
¡Podemos correr! A ti te encanta correr.
Está bien. Sí.
Junior y Eddie corren.
¿Puedes correr más rápido, papá?
Junior, tú odias correr.
Sí, yo odio correr, pero me encanta el helado. Y hay una tienda de helados al lado de los monos.
Ir helado cerca de elefantes. Correr. Hey. Alright, here comes the nightmare.
Yo siempre
visito a mis padres. Usualmente ayudamos a mamá en la mañana.
Ana usualmente ayuda a muchas personas.
Ah,
Ana, ayuda.
usualmente.
Usualmente.
Usualmente ayuda. ¿Ne?
Ana usualmente ayuda a muchas personas.
Muchas personas. Muchas
personas.
personas que. Oh, here we go. ¿Quién quiere llamar mi abuelo? Oh, dang it! I dropped the A again. Oh, save me. Usualmente visito mis abuelos los domingos. Son of a, I missed the again. That is the whole point of these
Gabriela quiere
reviews,
visitar a
dude.
sus amigas.
Holy, save me. Oh, jeez.
Yo enseño inglés a mi hermano menor.
Jeez. Save.
Los niños conocen bien a los maestros. Los niños conocen bien.
¿Conocen bien a los
maestros? Los niños conocen bien a los maestros.
Nosotros enseñamos francés a Juan.
Tú conoces a niños.
Ayudan a los estudiantes. Not today. Not this time, anyways. Tengo. Oh, yeah. Tengo que sí mirar a Gabriela. Oh, it could be conocer. We could try it. Oh, ver. Oh, yeah, ver too. I mean, I was just curious. Los maestros conocen a unos estudiantes. Conocer, so what? Oh, they want probably algunos.
Las amigas.
Whoops. Chicas.
Chicas.
Las chicas visitan
A.
sus
Amiga.
amigas
Hoy.
¿Quién quiere llamar a mi abuelo? Usualmente visito a mis abuelos los domingos. Tengo que ver a Gabriel esta tarde. Alright.
A mí me gusta.
A mí me gusta mucho el tenis.
Tu dormitorio es muy moderno. Tenemos
dos relojes en la oficina. Oh, jeez.
Esos baños no son modernos.
La
universidad está cerca de aquí.
Nosotras tenemos 2 perros pequeños. Nosotras. Me gusta.
What?
Nosotras tenemos 2 perros pequeños. 2 perros pequeños.
¿Quieres una planta en tu dormitorio?
Tenemos una computadora en la sala. Tenemos una computadora en la sala.
Moderno. 12. Cama. Hay perros.
Francia tiene muchos trenes.
Juan está cerca de la estación de tren. Juan está
cerca
de
la estación de tren. Francia tiene muchos trenes. Oh, trenes. Whoops.
Hay
planta. Moderna.
Música.
Pero. Los baños. No, esos baños no están modernos. Oh, no son. Oh, right. You can. Yeah. I kind of think of designs as temporary, but that should be sewn. Me encanta tocar la guitarra. A mí, oh, okay. Francia tiene muchos trenes. Okay. Alright. Safe. A nosotros nos encanta esta fiesta.
Nosotros perdemos el periódico a veces.
Oh, okay. Oops. What? Oh.
¿A ti te gusta
el tenis o el fútbol?
¿A ustedes les gusta el chocolate?
Yo
también quiero ir al parque. Son of an owl! Oh my gosh. God is a form of motion.
No
oh,
queremos
geez.
perder nuestro dinero.
I am not prepared for this. He doesn't want to lose.
Ella quiere su maleta
Oops.
perder.
Okay. Oh, jeez. Do we need articles? I'm kind of curious, actually. Let's try this. Of course. Oh. Hey, Gusta. Oh, I
A
was not even
veces
looking.
perdemos los abrigos.
What did you say?
A veces perdemos los abrigos.
Oh, whoops, I
A
missed R.
nosotros nos gusta el fútbol.
What?
A
nosotros nos gusta
el fútbol.
Fútbol. Okay. Oh, maybe we could try a ti te gusta te gusta chocolate. El chocolate? Chocolate? Do we need it? Or that's fine too.
No tengo tiempo hoy.
No tengo tiempo hoy.
Tú, siempre.
Siempre pasas tiempo con
Alberto.
Alberto. Oh boy. Ay, ¿dónde te gusta? No. ¿Dónde quieres jugar al tenis? ¿Te gusta? Can I get away with no articles? Son of a articles! Oh, and I need the AT. It's a practice. Son of a... Oh, there's no ah. I don't need ah when you're doing te gusta, of course. I swear, dude. Okay. Alright. Sort those things out too. No comprendo. I don't understand you. Oh. I don't know. How about we do like I don't understand you. No, lo siento. No sé, entiendo. Technically, I could say that. That's actually still correct for being. I want it to be formal.
A él le
Right?
encanta el baloncesto.
That's actually inaccurate.
A él le encanta el baloncesto. A.
Le encanta. What? A él le encanta.
Encanta. El
baloncesto.
baloncesto.
I consciously wanted to make it formal. Or third. I guess I should have wrote usted somewhere to make it accurate. But it'll probably reject it too as well. Renato está pasando una semana en Francia.
¿A ti te gusta ir de compras?
¿Te gusta compras? ¿Ir a compras? ¿Ir de compras?
¿A ti te gusta ir de compras?
Okay. Mis padres son... Just kidding. Let's just say están caminando on the beach. La playa.
No quiero almorzar en la escuela.
Yo empiezo un nuevo negocio. Yo empiezo un nuevo negocio.
With nuevo fronts. Okay.
Tengo que cerrar las puertas.
Ellas pasan una semana en España. Ellas pasan una semana en España. Ellas pasan una semana en España.
Ellos no pueden comer en la biblioteca. Ellos no pueden comer en la biblioteca. Ellos no pueden comer en la biblioteca.
Oh.
Ellos no pueden comer
Oops.
en la biblioteca.
Oh my freaking word. What happened? Oh, it's freaking Angels. Dude. Kind of a beast thing, man. Oh my gosh, this is an ah moment, probably. Rafael no les gusta manejar. Oh, not manejar. Montar su bicicleta.
Ella no entiende el problema. Ella no entiende el problema.
Oops. Wrong
¿Te
country.
gusta montar a caballo? ¿Te gusta montar a caballo? ¿Te gusta montar a caballo?
Oh, no.
¿Te gusta ir al zoológico?
Oh my goodness. Okay.
A ellas les gusta mucho ir al parque.
I didn't hear that.
A ellas les gusta mucho ir al parque. A ellas les gusta mucho ir al parque.
Oops.
A ellas les gusta mucho ir al parque.
Les encanta correr en el parque. Les encanta correr en el parque.
A mí me gusta mucho esta pelota. A mí me gusta mucho esta pelota. A mí me gusta mucho esta pelota.
Oh, me has
¿Cuándo
accent.
cierras la tienda?
I wasn't paying attention.
¿Cuándo cierras la tienda?
Sierra. Oh.
¿Cuándo cierras la tienda?
Asking you, sure.
Ella compra un regalo para nosotros. Ella compra un regalo. Ella compra un regalo para nosotros.
Okay. Yay.
¿Qué
vas a hacer el próximo sábado? I think probably one of the things that make that very, very exhausting is because it's the personalized practices are the same prompts all the time. It's like back-to-back same prompts, as opposed to trying to like be a little bit more mix-up. So it gets a little tiring after a while.
¿Cuándo es el próximo partido?
Oh, ¿cuándo es el próximo partido? That said, I need an accent. I'm gonna need to look that up later myself. Necesito los niños. Necesito los pasaportes de niños. De los niños, whoops.
Ellos van a llegar temprano.
Ellos van a llegar temprano mañana.
El avión va a llegar tarde en la noche.
Voy a ir. Oh, voy a ir? Wait, what? Oh no. Wait, what? I guess voy a ir, it works, huh? Right? This can't be right. Oh, it is.
¿A
Okay.
dónde vas a viajar este verano?
Estos carros son muy populares aquí. Estos carros son muy populares aquí.
¿Cuántos boletos quiere usted? ¿Cuántos boletos quiere usted?
Ok. ¿Por qué no usas usas esas maletas? Oh, aquí ya. Sure.
Hay muchos aviones en el aeropuerto.
Vas a ir a Boston las vacaciones. Semana. What happened here? Necesito. Oh. Okay. I got this. Vigilance.
Hay muchos
taxis en la estación.
Tú cuando llegas a Boston.
El avión
va a salir en 20 minutos. 20. Este mes tiene 30 días.
¿Puedo usar estos 29 pesos?
Solo tenemos un minuto.
Solo tenemos how many?
Solo tenemos un minuto.
El taxi va a estar aquí en 5 minutos.
Necesito 28 pesos para los boletos.
Nosotros llegamos a Nueva York hoy.
Pagamos 27 pesos en efectivo.
Sale. Estás. Llegar.
Alright.
Tú cuando llegas
a Boston. Ella va a llegar en 30 minutos. El avión llega a Madrid. ¿En Madrid? ¿A Madrid? A Madrid, right? 5 minutos. Oh. Horas.
Ella va a estar lista.
Ella va a estar lista en media hora.
25, 26, 27.
La familia toma los taxis al aeropuerto.
Quiero tomar fotos con mi cámara nueva.
What?
Quiero tomar fotos con mi cámara nueva. Quiero tomar fotos con
That makes more sense.
mi cámara nueva.
¿Cuándo vas a ir a Inglaterra? ¿Cuándo vas a ir a Inglaterra?
Oh, okay.
Creo que llego a las 8 menos cuarto. Creo que llego a las 8 menos cuarto. Creo que llego a las 8 menos cuarto.
Okay. Nosotros llegar a llegar a las 11.
Nosotros a llegar a las 11.
¿Vamos? Oh, vamos. Vamos.
Tenemos que estar listos pronto. Tenemos que estar listos pronto. ¿A dónde quieres viajar?
¿Sabes? ¿Sabes? Están los pasaportes. Oye. ¿Sabes dónde? ¿Dónde están los pasaportes? Oh, aquellos. Okay, fair enough. Okay. Alright. Wrap it up.
Tenemos que estar listos pronto.
El avión llega a las 2 menos cuarto. El avión llega.
Llega
A las
a las 2 menos cuarto. they're going to travel in spring. Ellos van
a viajar.
viajar en la verano o primavera.
Primavera.
¿Tú llegas a las 5:15?
Tú llegas.
Tú llegas.
Tú llegas a las.
Las
5
y
cuartos.
Cuarto.
Cuarto. Oh, yes. Oops. Por, right? Por 23 días.
Yo llego a casa mañana en la tarde. Yo llego a la casa mañana en tarde. Yo llego a casa mañana en la tarde. Yo llego a casa mañana en la tarde.
El tren va a
that
llegar
structure
en
is-
15 minutos.
That structure is gonna be borked later.
Ella va a pagar 26 pesos. Ella va a pagar 26 pesos.
Vuelven a casa. Yo. Próximo viernes. What's happening? Oh.
Nosotros vamos a llegar a las 11. Nosotros vamos a llegar a las 11.
El avión va a llegar pronto. El avión va a llegar pronto.
Yo voy a viajar a Londres mañana.
Tú vas a vivir en Boston.
Right.
Tenemos que pagar.
Oops.
¿Qué pagar? $28.
Okay. I'm getting tired. Too tired. Still recovering. Alright. Let's look at our evening things. I really gotta brush up. Some of my, I have a few things I need to brush up on, more articles, stuff. Alright, so what do we have today? We do have another adventure today. I see the customary three things. So let's look. For this evening, human travel prep. Well, that is certainly a human travel prep. That's certainly a Falstaff moment. It's probably like, no, you know, bears just pick up how many languages you learning at the same time? I'm doing 3. So this is Falstaff for sure, and he's probably gonna have a quip about, well, bears just go. They take everything with them already. Travel prep. What do we have in this? Yeah, there's a lot of travel prep. That could be anything. What else we got? Capturing boredom. What the heck? Oh, there's something blocking it. Alright, so we're just gonna go with pot 2 up here. Capturing travel. Capturing boredom? Maybe they'll talk about, oh, capturing boredom, like photographs, because we did get a camera and stuff. I could see this being a Lily thing. Lily's bored all the time. And then ordinary tickets. Wow. Ordinary tickets would be Osgood. Probably talk about tickets to usual places. Not many locations we have. And Oscar probably say something like a historical find or like something like that. And then what's our adventure like? Lucy's lost luggage. Oh, well, that's self-explanatory. Lost luggage. Yeah, we got luggage. Transports. Travel plans. Not actually much in the way of new vocabulary. It's more using how to express to go to do something. So it's combining most of the stuff that deals with using ir. And then there is a little thing that I need to brush up on. Por, a, con, and en, right? Because prepositions are a little historically very nebulous between the languages that we have. Anyways, that's a wrap for Spanish today. If you're gonna watch this later, muchas gracias. Right. As always, feel free to follow along if you want. Duolingo desktop is always there available. You are more than welcome to drop a video comment, you know, your hot takes. Always stay for the hot take. I mean, love the hot takes, stay for the discussion, right? And if you ever have time, feel free to stop by and ask a question, right? Ask a question, stay for the discussion. Ooh, that's actually, that sounds kind of nice. Ask a question, stay for the discussion. Anyways, so until next time, stay safe, stay healthy. Hasta luego. Bye bye.